Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so participants, please make sure that you have joined with your name following the naming convention, that it should be your initial first name and followed by the last name, and you have not joined with any of your nickname or device name. Please make sure that. I guess, sir, we'll be waiting for 2 more minutes to let people join, and then we'll start the workshop.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So we'll be sharing a feedback form at the end of the workshop. So please fill that feedback form for your certificates to get ready. That follows the criteria of 60% of the attendance time. That means you need to get the certificate for eligibility if you attended the workshop for the 60% of its time. So let's begin the workshop without any delays. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Commencing today's workshop on the behalf of KSP and LDRP Institute, I warmly welcome everyone who has joined the workshop this afternoon. Let us have a brief intro about the KSP and LDRP before moving towards the workshop. Kadi Sarva Vishwavidyalaya is the university established with the Gujarat State Act 21 in May 2007, approved by UGC. The university has been set up by the Kadi Sarva Vidyalaya Kalwani Mandal, a trust with more than 100 years of philanthropic existence to provide the need-based education and develop courses of contemporary relevance to be the University of Excellence by providing research and skill-based activities and training which will foster the higher economic growth. LDRP Institute of Technology and Research, Gandhinagar, was established in 2005-6. The college has made a steady progress during the past 16 years of its existence. As a prestigious state institute, LDRP ITR has long recognized its role in education, generation, and dissemination of useful and relevant technological, industrial, and economic development of the country. Break the Barrier event is one of the compilation of various interactive workshops from the industry experts, working professionals, experienced developers, CEOs, and more, where one can represent their revolutionary ideas and scale up through a competitive environment presented by the hackathon to grab the opportunity to win the exciting prizes. Among the 14 plus amazing workshops, today we'll be conducting a full stack development workshop On that note, I would like to introduce our presenter for the workshop, Mr. Kush Gandhi, a software development engineer at Intune. So without any further ado, I would like to hand over to the Kush sir. Good afternoon, sir. Grateful to have you on board.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for the introduction. Cool. So yeah, so basically this workshop is about the full stack development. As you might all of know, like knowing that we like mostly 80% of the software developers are mostly working on this particular stack, like tech stack, where they need to, like in daily basis they need to deal with the front end, the back end, APIs, and all those things. So in today's workshop, basically we'll discover that whole thing. And good thing about this workshop is this will be a totally hands-on workshop. So we'll not just go through the PPTs and just talk about the concepts and theories. Okay, but instead of that, we'll apply that and we will get to know that particular thing in detail. And it will be live on the like my local laptop itself. And so you'll see me struggling with some syntax error, some runtime errors, and all those things, and probably you'll learn from that how an SD2, or let's say I currently have a 3 years of experience, so how that particular person struggle with all the code and all itself, and in the day-to-day life of SD basically. So that is it. So there is no structure to this. Okay, so basically we'll go with the flow, and we'll try to achieve a particular web application, a running web application, and we'll try to deploy it on AWS itself, and we'll also try to play around that, like the deployed version. So you'll be part of, like, from the first line of the code and the actual application deployed to the cloud. Okay, so does that sounds cool? So probably what I'm thinking is, so we have 45 participants, right? So can we have some 2 or 3 volunteers will just introduce themselves, like just 1 or 2 words, and just let me know what are the ideas you have about the full stack development. It could be any initial idea, that is fine. So because we all are learning, right? So can I have anyone voluntarily offer this? See, I want it to be interactive, right? It will be a bit lengthier workshop, okay, than the others, because here we, like in the other workshop, I'm guessing that mostly, yeah. Is anyone? Okay, cool. I'll just continue on that part. So mostly it was all about like a single particular technical thing, right? Like let's say learning how to write a SQL query or SQL thing, and learning how to write a backend. Here it's all mixed, right? You will see me writing the front end, the back end, and failing somewhere in that, and then doing a query via Postman to the APIs, making sure that it is working fine, then deploying it to AWS, and lots of other things in between. Okay, so there is a database involved, front end involved, back end involved, all those things. So it will take time for that. But only thing I'll assure is, if you just stay with me from start to end, whenever, like, I'm not sure about the audience right now, but if you will join any company, right, so 80% of the work you'll be doing will be just like that. So you'll able to see all of them. It will make sense to you, and you'll feel bit confident on whenever you join any company or something, right? So that's the 80% of the work. Will not do any drill down in the theories and all. We'll just go through practical things, and whatever things are important, like in my 3 years of experience, whatever I felt that which is important as a software developer engine, like SD role, for the SD role, I have put in that particular piece of thing into this workshop agenda. Okay, so this is like quite good filtered list, and hope it will help you. It will definitely help you in boosting your career. Okay, so that is what I want to promise you before starting the workshop. Okay, that's quite a good time. Now, yeah. So anyone will just introduce themselves and like just talk about what are their initial thoughts on the full stack development. So we'll like to, yeah.
So hi, Kush sir.
Hi,
Nirav. So I am Nirav Panchal, currently studying at my 7th semester of IT engineering at LDRP ITR. Worked somewhat into website for JavaScript in my earlier semesters, but currently pursuing Python plus data science for the future studies and job opportunities. Based upon full stack development, I have worked with React.js on the front end and Node.js on the back end for website development and all. Earlier, I was also not sure to completely create a website from the scratch by seeing the whole dashboard of the website and getting all the interactions with the buttons and all. And on the same time, by presenting the entries in that website and managing the data also at the back end. So the entire thing was so wonderful for me that as in full stack development on my particular shoulders, I can take up all the complete website by learning the full stack development. Later into it, explored some more fields into JavaScripts like Angular and Vue.js and all. MongoDB for backend also, and Python also has some JavaScript connections with the full stack development. So as in final year students, it was a better understanding full stack, but currently moving towards data analysis. So thank you.
Oh, great. Then you have more experience than me. Basically, here we are just taking 2 or 3 things and taking it towards the end. But that's amazing to know. Like here you said, right, the full stack development comes with all the flavors which you have learned, right? Let's say you learn C language, wherever you, let's say you created any single function of it. So that will somewhere fit in to your logic, and you will be start connecting the dots backwards. Like I did that particular functionality in C language. It was just a simple function. Now there is a customer who is using that particular function, right? So that's the thrill which you get. Correct? Cool. So anyone else, like? Okay, let me pick someone then. Will that be okay? See, this thing is like we are not with any agenda. Okay, this is free workshop. I don't know like how I will start and how I land, where I land. Okay, I'll just go with the flow. That's the thing. Only thing I know is I just created that the application which I am going to present here before that, and that's the only thing I know. Right? All thing will be scratch. We'll be googling out all those things. So it's just like I don't know anything. Everything is on the Google. We'll put all those things in place and we'll make this application work. So that's how it will go. Okay, there is nothing prepared, and it's totally raw. Anyone? I want just a raw answer. That is fine. I just wanted to know, like, what are the initial thoughts you have for this? Okay, let me pick then. Mayank Yadav, will you be willing to say something about this workshop or something, like just your initial thoughts on full stack development? Looks like everyone is silent. Okay, not an issue. Anyone? Still, I'm giving 1 minute. Okay, I see Dhruv Kumar. Yep. Go ahead, Dhruv.
Hello, first of all, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
So, full stack development is majorly combination of front end, which imparts the GUI and view presentation, and the second one is back end, which works with the database and some middlewares and backend that combines the front end and back end. So that's how we can define the full stack.
Cool. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's just at the end of the day, yes, the top 1000 views, yes, it's just a front end working with the back end, and there. But I tell you, there are multiple other things. I would say like 11 to 12 other things, which is in itself is a like very in-depth area. Okay, so the other thing I would say is the security, right? So currently we'll not work on that in this particular application, but security itself plays a big role when you are doing any full stack application. Okay, so that is a sort of an example where you need to make your application secure so that it won't get breached somewhere on the internet, because anyways your application will be internet facing. So that is another area, right? So in short, yes, it is about front end and making them work together. That's it. But there are other plenty of areas where the full stack developer are supposed to do that as well. Okay, so I'm also in that journey, but this is particular thing that mostly what full stack developer does. And then you can specialize in any of the area, go in depth. Right. Anyone else? Only third one. Yep. Like last one.
Respect.
Hello. Cool. Okay, Mayank says, sir, I know a little bit about full stack development currently in Thans, and that's good. You, even if you know about little bit about that, then it is more than enough in third sem. Cool. Let's directly with that. Okay. So just one thing before I start, I'll just let you know, guys, is like currently I'm in Bangalore, so there is like the light the electricity outage is frequent. Okay, so probably I might drop off in between and join back with mobile data, so just bear with me. So that's the only thing which I just want to warn you guys. And second thing is, I have code ready in my second laptop. Basically, wherever I stuck, I have something to refer to, because obviously I'll not mug up the code, okay, the total system, so that doesn't make sense. So I have that in place. So in case if I'm looking somewhere, like in case I'm not looking to the camera, then do not think that I'm cheating or something. But yes, I do have a separate setup beside me. Cool. That's enough of the talk. Let me share the screen. Okay, not the code part. Yep. Yep. Cool. So first we'll just do some sort of theory. Okay, so all will be on the same ground. Okay, so what is a full stack developer? Like we discuss about that. So basically a particular person who designs and develops. Okay, so just make sure that design work, right? So we are also supposed to design the things. The user will come with just a vague requirements, right? I want a web application. I want a gym application which manages my all the data, right? That sort of vague requirement. But you need to get the working use case you need to extract out the working use case out of them, right? So that is also your responsibility. That will be also your responsibility to do that. So that is where the design comes into the picture, and develops. Obviously, what we are going to do in this particular workshop, develops application across all the layer technology stack. Okay, as we mentioned previously, like UI, middleware is about the backend. Storage, I would say storage means a database, a SQL database, which you probably have learned. And the operations. So operations means to deploy that particular application and make sure that it works. And it also it also is it should be a scalable and work across the platform. Okay, so that is also a responsibility of a full stack developer. Cool. So yeah, in short, it is jack of all trades, okay, for the software development industry. So if you are becoming a full stack developer, so you will have a one upper hand over a particular developer who is just a backend developer or just a front end developer, because you will be knowing all of them, right? So it makes sense to hire a person who knows all the things, like jack of all trades. And there is also another part of it. Okay, there is also another part of this particular saying, that master of none. Okay, but we should not become master of none. We should become jack of all trades and master of something. Okay, so if I talk about myself, I am sort of, I can say, a master of backend, but not but knows a front end little bit. So that's how it goes in the industry. Okay, now let's jump to the agenda. Okay, so we're going to develop and deliver a web chat application. Okay, simple like a WhatsApp, where we are not going to use any sort of fancy thing, like there are a lot of improvement we can do. Okay, but we'll be not doing as part of this workshop because of the time limit. Okay, so we'll only left with, I guess, 3.5 hours now. So in 3.5 hours, we need to develop, deploy, and also understand each and every thing, right? Bits and pieces about that. So yeah, that will be pretty much simple. Okay, the agenda of this workshop is to just to get started with that. Okay, if anyone is thinking about making a project and attending my workshop, I'll assure you that after completion of that workshop, you will have a total idea that from where I'll start and where I'll end. Okay, and what are the tools I need in my pocket to deliver that particular application. It could be your next startup. Anything could be done with this. Okay, you can create any sort of startup application. I also did that. I also failed multiple times. So that is also possible with this. Okay, you will not need to rely on someone to get it deployed or get it live, and you will be on your own and able to deliver that thing. So that's also a second advantage of that. Cool. And we'll be using this particular tech stack. We'll be using React.js for the front end, Spring Boot for the backend, S2 database, which is basically in-memory database. Okay, will not host database as a service because that's a small application. So that will be in-memory database, which is supported by Spring Boot itself. Okay, and will be use SQL to get the output from this and use it in front end. And deploy will use Docker and AWS. Okay, we'll use we'll make it as a containerized application and host it on a AWS ACP. And of course, for the code management, we'll use the GitHub. So that is a tech stack which I picked, and which I think 80% of the industry, probably more than 80%, is working on the same stacks, the tech stack, right? Because these are the reliable tools, and people are working from around, I would say, last 5 to 6 years, like since the React.js started booming. Okay, so this is totally in demand tech stack. If you say you are a React.js developer, you know the React.js, you'll never be in that position that you don't get a job. You'll obviously will end up somewhere, even in the some good companies like Google or Amazon or say Intuit, right? So they all of them are using this particular tech stack. So I picked that. You can pick anything, like you're able to learn and master that. So this workshop is majorly on the concepts, okay, not on the language. Here it is Spring Boot Java, but if you're using Python, just try to grab the concept out of it, like how I created the API. You can do and replicate same thing in the Python as well. It's just about the language and the framework. Cool. So yep. So this is particularly a sort of chart where it shows like how what is the full stack developer, what are the roles of the full stack developer, and these are the things. And don't just get overwhelmed by this. You just need to learn any of the single language from each of the block. Okay, so from front end, definitely this is the basics. That means HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And for framework, we are picking the React. Okay, and others are alternative. You can pick any, like you can just get started with React. This will cover this particular portion. Okay, and for styles, definitely we'll be using Material UI, React Material UI. And here for the backend, we'll be using Java Spring. You will able to mark that all those things, right? For the database, it is basically a flavor of MySQL. Okay, it's S2 database. And we will not be using NoSQL database, graph, or messaging queues because we don't want to make it complicated. We only have 3 hours of window. Cool. And for DevOps, we'll be using AWS and Docker. Jenkins is just for the automation. Currently, what we'll do is we'll fire the command manually, because again, to up the Jenkins server and show all those things will take time. So we'll not able to cover that thing. And this is about the mobile application. If you are interested in making not making a web application, but the mobile application, then yes, if you know Java, if you know Android, or you can use iOS. For iOS, you will need to know Swift. And same structure will be replaced by the front end. For front end, you will use Android. Sort of it can be said as like sort of a front end. And then and in the similar way, you need to utilize the API from the backend. So that's how it goes. Okay. Any question on that? I want an interactive one, as I told you, right? Just bombard some question on that in between. I'll happy to answer that. Anyone? Okay. I probably will not able to see the raised hand, but yep, anyone can speak in between. Do I need to unmute someone?
Hello, sir.
No,
Hello.
sir. All
Hello,
the
sir.
participants has been given the permission to speak and unmute themselves.
Cool. Yep. Tell me. Yeah, Divesh, tell me.
Sir, I want to become an Android developer. So can I use AWS?
Yes. So when you say Android developer, right? So you'll install. I don't have idea about that, but what I know is just a theoretical concept. Okay, because I've never been to a mobile application development, but Android in backend use APIs. Okay, so we'll be creating APIs. Okay, using Spring Java, correct? So
Yes.
that API can be utilized via a mobile application or a front end. Only thing is, instead of React, you will need to learn Android. Okay, and there will be some sort of design changes. Okay, here we'll be using CSS. There will be something else. Okay, but at the end
Yes.
of the day, you will create a GUI. Like, let's say I click button on the React, it should do something with the APIs. Similar thing will be done on the Android side. I click the button, the same thing will happen. It will call the same API, correct? And it will show up.
Yes.
So that is the only difference between that. You can pick React Native as well. So React Native is something like a cross-platform a language or a tool, I would say. So where you'll not need to worry about my application not working in iOS 12 and working in Android. You'll never need to worry about those things, right? So this will
Yes.
abstract out all those things. So I would recommend, instead of Android, start with React Native, and this backend part will remain as it is for you as well. So you can stay with me to learn the backend part, and also check out how the front end works, right? From the website, like web point of view. Cool. Okay, so I can see some messages. Sir, I know. Okay, for a backend developer, is Node.js better than PHP? I don't want to get any controversial questions. Okay, everything. Just see, if you want to grow as a developer, just stop making noise about the languages. Okay, that's the common thing which everyone does. I would say, let's take the real scenario, right? Do you like, have you ever questioned your mother or father that English is better than Gujarati, or English is better than Hindi? Shall I speak Hindi? Shall I speak Gujarati? Shall I speak Hindi? Sorry, I repeated one more time. Yeah. So we'll never make any such excuses, right? It's just a tool which will give you the power. Okay. PHP will give you the power to do something. Node.js will give you power to do something. Similar ways, Java will give you power to do something. You should be comfortable switching between the languages. That's the only thing. That's the only advice which I will tell you in the industry. Okay, start with Node.js or PHP, anything. I'll assure you, if you want to grow in your career, you have to switch to another language and master it within a week. Okay, but at least start with something, I would say. And don't get into such things that this particular framework is good or this particular language is good or not. Okay, everything is just for the solving something. Okay, it's not like we are buying some refrigerator and Samsung is good and Whirlpool is not. So that there it makes sense, because there are someone who is making things according to you, right? Whichever fits you, start with something. Spring Boot delivers some functionality. Node.js delivers some other functionality. We'll get into that in some other meeting, but currently that's not the topic. Cool. Hope that does answer your question. What to choose between Node.js and Spring Boot? I already answered that. Currently, I'm using Spring Boot Java. Node.js delivers, will give you some more powers for some other functionalities. So it's basically a single-threaded framework, and this is a multi-threaded framework. That's a different topic. So currently I'm using Express.js for backend and API creation management. Is there any major difference in the core of API? Is there any major? No. There is no major difference. That's just a syntactical difference. Okay. Between whatever we are going to create, at the end of the day, we are going to expose a controller which will do XYZ thing. And in Express.js, definitely that will be possible being done on the JavaScript side. Okay, there won't be any much difference to that. Only thing is, you need to grab the concept. That's it. Grab the concept, try to replicate in Express.js, Node.js. Okay, it's just a library. It's not more than that. So is it necessary to learn all the languages 100% for full stack developer? Okay, so yes, here is my word. Like, you will never able to master everything. Okay, so you have to get comfortable with just knowing your own stuff. Okay, currently I show you that all the roles, right? I know just a bit of it, right? Just one part of it. I don't know the other part. Like someone asked me for the mobile application, right? I don't know that part. I just know a theoretical knowledge about it, and it's okay, right? You just have to be you just have to make sure that whatever comes on your way, right, you'll able to learn that. But this is the basic part. If you just master this particular 4 things, right, which I mentioned in this, you'll able to pick up other things very quickly. Okay, instead of just doing analysis, it's called paralysis by analysis or something like analysis. Yeah, paralysis by analysis. Don't just analyze the thing, just dig deep into it, learn it. Okay, you definitely, it will help you some in another way when you will connect the dots. So that's the that sort of an advice from my side. And this will not have a particular answer to that, like exact answer to that, but this is the tech stack which I'll be choosing, and we'll go ahead with this. Okay, Node.js, definitely you will able to replicate that, and even replicate that after this. I'll be more than happy to see that thing, that the same backend building Node.js. Okay, does this answer your question? Like, I took 3 of them. Like, anyone has any doubt, or shall I go ahead? We are running out of time as well. Okay, 11. Cool, Drew. Good to know that. Yep. Cool. So perks of full stack developers. This is just to engage you guys till last. Okay. So basically, as I said, if you are a master of all, okay, you know a little bit about all the things, all the part, definitely you'll be in high demand. Okay. And currently, I'll not go through everything, just high payouts. This is the most important thing which everyone cares, right? What is the salary of full stack development? So if you join any of the firm, right, let's say where the full stack developer requirement is like open, okay, it could be any small firm, or a big startup, or a big giant, big MNC company, or a big product based company. Your salary will range around 6 LPA to 60 LPA. Yes, even 60 LPA is possible. There are multiple people from third tier college who have grabbed 60 LPA as a starting package for this. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that this is the skill which is in demand. If you know the basics, right, if you upskill on this front, you will definitely land up a good job, and everything will be sorted. Then you can explore other areas and all those things. But this is currently where the demand is really high. Okay. And yep, wide range of skill set. You will be always learning some or other thing. Like if you just become sort of a I would not say like in backend development you will not learn. This is for all. This is for just this IT field. You'll be you'll need to keep on learning another skill set and developing yourself. Okay, so this is about it. We'll not go deep into that. Yep. Okay, let's start it with actual development. That's enough of the talking. Now let's do some code. Okay, so first I'll start with the Git. So Git is basically I don't know the exact definition. Okay, we use it as a version control system. Okay, basically it is used by developer to create any sort of an application. Why? Because in general you will be working with multiple people. Okay, so when you're working with multiple person in place in single team, so definitely you will face more issue if you don't opt for this version control system. Okay, you cannot keep it in your local every time if you're working with multiple person, right? So that's just a sharing tool, just the way I'm using this Google slide. Okay, so Google slide, let's say me and another person created this, right? So we'll able to share that particular thing, right? So that's the only motto behind the GitHub. Okay, so Git is basically version control system, and hub in the GitHub is just a, you would say, a web interface to it. Okay, where you basically log in. So basically it's both are different. Okay, Git is a command line tool where we interact this with the our command line commands. Okay, like git pull and all those things. But GitHub is a basically a website, I would say. They created a website over it where you can just push a button and your work is done. You don't need to fire a command. Okay, so that's about Git and GitHub, which we'll be using. And okay, so now we'll start with the, okay, there is one question. Yep, it is used to maintain history. Yep, basically it will store all of your commits that you will be able to see in this application. We'll be pushing our commits frequently. You will able to see that we all the files, right, which I have from the creation to till the end, I'll roll back to any of the commit. Okay, so basically in history, like you say history in Git, it is basically a commit. Okay, so if you roll back to any of the commit ID, you'll able to see all the file changes and you'll able to roll back to a previous version. That's why it is called a versioning tool, right? Because we'll able to maintain all the versions, and anytime, any point of time, we can go back to any point of version backwards. Okay, so that is also basically functionality of Git as well. Okay, so history, that means commit. Cool. Now, yeah. So, okay, as I said, right, we'll just quickly start with the concept that you need to learn. Okay, we'll go through that and we'll directly go to the code. Okay, so basically Git, this is the only thing you need to worry about while working with the Git. Okay, so just remember that concept. That's it. This is 80%. Yeah. Okay, सही है भाई. Please unmute. You mute. Or if you want to talk, unmute yourself and you can ask a question. Yep, looks like it was a bummer. Cool. Okay, so yeah, this is the concept that you need to learn. Okay, so basically, if you don't know Git, that's fine. Basically, this is a workspace. Workspace, that means your local. Okay, your local computer. Just treat this thing as a file manager. We'll just store the files and get it back. So whenever you are done with all the things, what you will do is you'll do a git add. Okay, git add to an index. Basically, we call it as a stash. Okay, so whatever files you work on that, do a add that will go to stash, and when you do a commit, it will go to a repository. So this is a repository which is from the local. Okay, so workspace, that means your IDE. Okay, index, that means in between stage. Okay, which is not commit, not in commit, and repository, this is also in the local. Okay, so workspace, repository, and the staging area. If you do git add, it will go to the staging area. If you do git commit with any of the message, it will be committed to your local repository. So this particular part, okay, follow my cursor, the workspace and the repository part will be in your local. Okay, so currently your website is not knowing anything. Okay, whether the commit is done or not. Your basically your partner is not knowing you have committed your code. You have committed a sort of a functionality. Okay, so it will remain here. Now then it comes the remote part. So remote part is the actual Git where it goes to the internet. Okay, so when you do a push, it will go from your local to internet. Okay, internet, that means a repository which is created on the remote. We call it as a remote repository. Okay, and then so this is about committing your code. Okay, you make some functionality. These are the stages that you need to take care: add, commit, and push. Repeat after me. You'll just need to concentrate on these three things: add, commit, and push. That's it. You have a code, you add it, you commit it, you push it. There, that's done. Now, second thing is about pulling that particular piece of code. Okay, because obviously, if let's say I am working with Rahul, okay, and Rahul has pushed something to the remote repository, and I'm just working with the previous copy. Okay, we started with some particular copy, and we both started parallelly. He has completed his work. That should reflect in my workspace, right? That function should reflect in my workspace. So for that, I need a backward thing. Okay, where I need to do a refresh from my basically remote workspace or a remote repository. So what we can do is we can either go via this, we can do a fetch, okay, fetch to the local repository and then check out, so that it will be reflected in your repository as well as workspace, okay. And also we can do a pull. Basically we'll follow the pull, okay. So pull, what it will do is it will just pull the code from the remote to your workspace. Your repository will not be knowing that thing. It will only know when you do add and commit. Pull. So it's only add, commit, push, and pull. That's it. These are the basic commands that you need to deal with most of the time. Okay. When you get merge conflicts, probably you need to go for some other commands. Other than that, this is it, right? You get under, like, you just need to know what add will do, what commit will do. Just remember the diagram. Your life will be easier. You'll not mess up with the Git. Cool. Any question on that? Difference between git fetch and git pull. Yep, let me tell you. So as the diagram suggests, right, git fetch, here is your workspace. That means my ID is open there. Okay, my local repository is there. Local repository is something which is maintained by a git itself, right? You will see a .git, and those are the hidden files. So this all are in the local. Okay, so when I do a fetch, okay, it will just reflect in my repository. It will not be visible in my workspace. Okay, to make it visible in my workspace, I need to check out that again. Hope that answers. But mostly we use pull. Okay, so that's what I have seen in this, like in the industries, and like no one use fetch and checkout until and unless you want it in a particular way. In like your repository should be updated first, then your workspace should be updated second. But instead of that, just you want your workspace to be up to date, do a git pull, and then add and commit, so that will be added to your repository, your local repository. Does that answer your question, Kuldeep? Cool. Anything else on that front? Just remember this 4 things. That's it. Add, commit, push, pull. Other things you can learn, but for the sake of this workshop, this will be more than enough. Okay, I guess we are good. Anyone who is not able to understand this totally, I mean, if I'm doing it wrong, or I'm just speaking and you are not getting any of the words, please let me know. I'll try to make a real-time example of it, and you'll be able to understand. Anyone? See, at the end of the day, everything is been written or been developed by some human, okay, not smarter than you guys. Okay, so it's just that you need to understand that particular thing. That's it. What are the terminologies? Okay, Divyesh is saying, sir, please give real-time example. So for the real-time example, we'll be doing that. Yep. Okay, we'll be doing that. We'll be creating, right after this slide, we'll be creating a Git repository for our front end and back end. That will solve your thing. Okay, but just remember, add, commit, push. Just remember this as a theoretical concept. Okay, remote repository, local repository, workspace, add, commit, push, and pull. We'll do that after that. Okay. So let's get started with the Git. Okay. You'll able to see. So this is basically a my GitHub repository. Okay. And if you see this demo chat app front end and back end, this is what I created. Okay, just so that I'll not mess up everything in the workshop itself. So I need to create that. Yep. Okay, so we'll start creating with this reference. Okay. Okay, so we are creating a remote repository. Okay. So what I'll do is, oops, I'm not signing. Let me sign in. I need to give my username and password. I'll just stop sharing for 5. Let me complete that. Okay. Okay, it has signed a 6-digit code. So I'm just signing into GitHub. That's it. Then we'll create it. Cool. Let me share it again. Yep. So I'm signed in. Okay. As you can see here, the sign in logo is gone. Right. Now let's create a remote repository for us. So I'll go to repositories. I'll say new. This will create a new repository. And here I am the owner. Okay. I have another organization which is created, but normally it will, you'll log into this and you will be the owner, and you can create a repository with the unique name. Okay. If let's say this demo chat app front end, here it exists. Okay. I cannot reuse it because it's a, okay. Are you able to see my screen? First of all, can anyone confirm?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Cool. Okay, so first I'll give a repository name. Okay, so just try to map this, and we are creating the remote repository. That's it. Oh, this is coming in between. Yep. Chalo. Okay, so what I'll do is, instead of demo, I'll use my chat app. Okay, so because we don't have this already existing in my workspace or my remote repository, I'll able to create. Okay, we'll keep it as private. We'll add a readme file. So readme file is just a description of your software. Whatever thing you are creating, a third party user should be knowing that this is the readme file, and he should able to read that thing and able to work with your software. Okay, it will make it consumable by some other person. Okay, so that's why we use a readme file. And I'll just give a brief about that. Okay, that you don't need to worry about that. I'll just add a readme file that this is a git ignore file. So some of the files you'll not need to commit to git. Okay, some like if I import my project to any of the IDE. Okay, and IDE is means integrated development environment. So if I create or if I start using my project in some of the IDE, it will create its own file. Okay, let's say IntelliJ. So IntelliJ will create its own file just to track the project for the local. Okay, and that you won't need on the GitHub. Okay, because some other person will be working on Eclipse. Okay, not working on IntelliJ, so it doesn't make sense. And the dependency, all those things should be put inside the git ignore. Git ignore means you never need to commit those files. Those files will be generated on your local, on the go. Okay, that's the git ignore thing. License, currently we don't going with any sort of a license. It's just a demo application, and here we will press create repository. Okay, so this is done. I have created my repository, my chat app. Okay, I should name it as front end, but that's fine. So we are done with the remote part. Okay, now what I'll do is I want this thing in the local. Okay, and I start committing to it. So okay, there is that. Cool. Now what I'll do is, this is done. Okay, remote part is done. I'll just copy this HTTPS. Basically it's a URL which is pointing to this application. Okay, and we use this particular thing to clone the repository. So that is the command that you need to basically do. Okay, while cloning the repository. I'll just go through that once. Okay, workshop demo. Yep. So what I'll do is I'll open my command line here. Okay, so I want this folder to be created in this. Okay, it's just same as a downloading a workspace. Just download. That's it. So download, and it will also do some other things like commit, and all those commands will work because it's a Git repository. We are just telling our computer that download a remote repository or clone that remote repository to my local. Now onwards, whatever changes I can make, I'll make, that will be tracked. Okay, so by cloning, you are creating this two, repository and the workspace. Workspace basically will be created once you open in IDE, but you are creating a local repository. Okay, makes sense. Okay, we'll do git clone and we'll just copy this particular thing. Okay, this is my chat app.git. So it is cloning that. Done. Right now, if you see, we have a my chat app. Okay, so basically what I'll do is I'll open it my IDE. Let me just close all. Open folder. Okay, chat. Cool. So now this is in my IDE, right? You can see this README file, which is there on the website as well, right? Here, correct? And here is the README file in the front end. Means basically showing under your all the commits. Cool. So this is done. Now we have all the things. Okay. We created a remote repo. We did a clone, git clone. Okay. So if you see here, fetch/clone. Okay. So clone, what it does is it creates your local repository. Fetch is something which we do after start committing the code. Okay. So clone created a remote repository. We imported that project into our workspace. That is our Visual Studio. So all this part is done. These 3 boxes are being created. Even you can say these 4 boxes. This is also created, but it will work as a hidden file. So you'll not able to see that. Now, does that answer your question? Divyesh, you're asking about the real-time example. Yes, we are definitely, we are yet to do all this add and commit, but does that clears your doubt about like how to get started with that, like the creation of all the boxes? Cool. Yeah. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and now, okay, that's the funda, right? Why we clone that repo? We want to put a React code into that, right? So now we are creating our front end here onwards. Okay, so we have my chat app tracked in the GitHub. Now we need to put our front end code to it. Okay, so for the chat application, whatever code is required, we need to put that. Now I'll just brief you about the application. Okay, what we are going to make. So basically, it's a chat application, not same as WhatsApp. Okay, what it will do is there will be one registration screen where you will just put your name. Okay, you'll put your name and say any nickname. Okay, you'll put your name, go to the chatting window. Okay, and there you can select any of the participant who had registered himself or herself before that and start chatting with them. Okay, and you'll able to see the real-time chats between you and the other person. That's it. That's the simple one. But it will have a complexity in developing things, like when we go into the development mode. So we'll talk about that complexity. Currently, like now it looks a very simple application, but we'll introduce the complexity to it. Okay, that depends on the time, how fast we're able to cover that. Cool. So we'll start with the React. Okay. So what is React? Yeah, from the starting onwards, we are just speaking React. Okay. So let's just get the theory out of it first of all. So React is basically an open source JavaScript library. Okay. So it's basically written in JavaScript. Okay. It's just a library which will help you in building user interface for the web pages. Okay. And normally all the web pages and all those things are basically divided into components. Okay, so the smallest working unit for React is a component, like the human body has atoms, right? Like small cells, I would say. So cell is the smallest working unit for our body. So likewise, the React has a component as a smallest working unit. Cool. So then everything will start from the component, and you will hear a lot of component in that. Okay, and you'll end up building the total component tree, where this component tree will represent your basically a website or a front end of your website. Okay, so reusable. Okay, so component is basically nothing but a reusable thing. Okay, I'll give you an example. Instead of talking about the definition, we will just directly jump to an example for that. Okay, React allows developer to create a single page web application. Okay, so what is single page web application? Now I'll give you an example of it. Okay, so basically, if you see GitHub, okay, so whenever, let's say I click on that, I'll just do, it's a link, right? It's an anchor tag. It will do a hard refresh for that. Let's say I click on this Khush Gandhi, right? So just notice that here it will refresh and move me out to this basically my repository view. Okay, so here it doesn't reload. Cool. So let me get a good example for that. Da, 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 da. Okay. What example? I'm running out of it. Okay. So basically, what I want to explain you is single page web application is something where we don't do a hard reload. Okay, where we don't do a hard reload, where and to get the particular piece of code. Okay, instead of that, it will be smooth and will without reloading that particular total component, will able to move from one page to another page. Okay, so whenever this route changes, right? Currently, I'm in Khush Gandhi. Now, if I go to my chat app, right? So whenever this, if you see the route is changed, right? So whenever this route changes, you'll able to, without refreshing the code, okay, without refreshing or getting all the web page again, because if you see the header remains same. Okay, if I'm in this view, or I'm in this view, if you see header remains same, it is not getting downloaded once again. So that is basically a component. Okay, if you were able to relate to this, right? Only this particular view is changing for the GitHub, right? So that's where it is not downloading the total website. Okay, it is not downloading this particular header once again. Otherwise, it will consume your internet bandwidth, right? It doesn't make sense. It will make the application very worst. Okay, because you will be downloading the same thing again and again. So that's where the single page web application comes into the picture, where only the change piece of code will be downloaded instead of downloading the total website. Okay, website that doesn't reload but fetches the data asynchronously. Yep, Drew, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yep, so it doesn't reload things, basically a hard link, a hard anchor tag. Okay, where we just hit and it reloads the total page. Instead of that, it will just fetch whatever data is, whatever chain data, and it will just show that particular thing. That's it, and rest of the thing will remain as it is. So that is what a single web application means. Okay, can change the data without reloading the page. Yep, so that is two things: components and single web application, single page web application. That's what you need to remember. Okay, so yep, that is it. Anyone has doubt in that? I know I'm not able to understand, explain that exactly, right? Because I am not big fan of definition and all. I wanted to show you like in real what happens, but we'll able to see that once we start making the application. We'll able to, it will start making sense. The single page web application. Anyone? Cool. We'll move to next thing. So basically React, okay, React is also a framework, right? So basically it also has a compiler, likewise how you use a C language, right? C language has a compiler, and then it converts into a bytecode and then it runs, right? I'm not sure. It has been ages since I worked with C language, but there is a compiler in between, right? Where it will compile it to a machine understandable language. So here there's the same way. There is one more abstraction. We will be using JSX, which is nothing but a JavaScript XML, which is same as HTML. Okay, same as HTML, but we'll be coding in JSX and it will be converting into the JavaScript at the end. And then everything will be bundled up in the JavaScript. Okay, so this is one more level of abstraction which React gives us. So our code will be in JSX, it will be converted into JavaScript, and then it will be compiled over your browser. Okay, so that step will happen while doing the building itself. We'll show you that. Okay, but just remember these three parts. This is all you need to know about React before starting thing. Single page web application, everything is divided into component and JSX. That's what we need to write at the end to render the things. Okay, cool. So now we will jump to this component in React, right? So all while we are just talking about component, right? So now what is component? As I said, for our body, that the human cell is the smallest working unit, right? From human cell only we build, like if you say hand, leg, everything is built from the human cell. So in real life, like React, everything is built from the component itself, right? So there will be one or another component working behind, which will make which will power the total web application, the whole web application, okay, in the end. So if I take an example of this, right? So basically, if let's say we go to this GitHub, so the header is a component, okay, which doesn't change. If I go to my particular place, right? So if you see, header doesn't change. So header can be considered as a component. Now this box, right, where it shows this public and link to our particular repository, right? That's a repository list view. So this particular thing is also a component, okay. And if you see, we don't need to write anything for making this second component, right? It's just that link and some of the language and all those things are changed, right? So this is how it is reusable. If you see, this boxes has a same design, okay, as what this my chat app has, okay. So this is how the components are getting reused, okay. So wherever, let's say I created one text box, okay, and that is just like for the sake of searching something, okay. So the same text box, okay, I can use it in writing sending a text message to someone, okay. So that same component can be reused again with different properties, okay. Let's say here it's Java, right? This is a component, here it's Java, but somewhere it is JavaScript, right? So what I'll do is I'll just pass this parameter from outside, like we used to pass from in the function, right? From Java, instead of Java, I'll pass JavaScript, and this component will be rendered. We don't need to code that component once again, okay. That's the power of React, that you code it in generalized way, reuse it wherever you need to reuse in your view. Cool. So this is where the independent thing comes, okay. So both of them are independent. If you see here, if I click on vaccine notifier, so it will go to that particular repository. It will not affect this particular thing. Both has their own state, okay, maintain their own state and redirect to that own particular repositories. It will start making sense once we build things, okay. So this is about independent and reusable. Basically represent various elements of user view, like navigation bar, as I said, the navigation bar, text input box. Those are basically a components. It could be anything complex than that as well, okay. Anything you can consider this as a component. Basically, if you see this presentation, right? So whatever the view which is coming in the middle, that is a separate component, and whatever view which is coming on the left hand side where it shows the slides, right, number in front of slide. So that is a different view, that is a different component altogether, right? That's how it is being built. I hope I am able to clarify component thing, right? How the UI and component thing basically works together. And here it is, every application created in React is composed of pieces, that is components, right? So all the time we are speaking about components. Okay, we have a screenshot about our application, okay, which will be our target state. So here, if you see, this select participant is also a text box, and this is also a type of message is also a component. This both are the components, but it is independent. If I type a message, right, this component will not get notified. I mean, obviously it's not a human living thing, but what I'm trying to say is, here the properties of this particular Dropbox will not get affected if you do something here. So that because both has their own independent life cycle, okay. So that's why they both are independent. And for reusable, if you see, we don't, like, no copy of same code needed for the implementing common features. So common features like header and footer, okay, you have your own logo, everything. So that is considered as a common feature. So you'll just build it once and you will able to reuse it throughout the application. You don't need to write for each and every pages, okay. You move to your repository page, repository list view, it will be there. You don't need to write it again, or you don't need to write any single piece of code to say that I want to use that reusable component again. It will be there, okay. It will be there, extended and used. That will show in the once we able to reach that particular step, okay. So yep, this is about the theory, okay. First, let's start with creating a React project. So all this thing, right? All these 3 slides. Are you guys clear with component, reusable, independent? These are the 3 words we were trying to explain. I was trying to explain, right? Cool. Kuldeep says yes. Any doubt? We'll wait for 30 seconds, then we'll jump to implementation part. Okay, chalo. Cool. So what I said previous. Okay, we have a set. Can we go to previous slide? Yep, we can. Tell me. You can unmute yourself. Yeah, instead of chatting, like putting into your chat, you can unmute. Right? Are you there? Hello. Okay, just want to see the previous slide again, or you want to, you have some doubt? We are good to go. Okay. Any doubt? Any doubt, or we are not getting anything? Just don't say good to go for the sake of it. Okay. I'm trying to explain everything and anything for this. Okay. Because that's the only thing which I know. That's it. I don't know anything apart from that. So I'll, if this is the area, I'll try to explain it. If you're not getting it, I'll try to explain by giving some real-time use cases, real-time scenarios. But trust me, this all will make sense once we start coding. Okay, instead of just speaking. Okay, anyone? Chalo, we'll go to next step. Cool. Okay, so this is the link. Which will, so as I said previously, right, we'll be just googling out things. I don't want to behave like I know everything from in front, like like I have done bit of work in React, but every time I start, I'll tell you, I Google it out. Okay, I Google it out how to create a React project. No matter I am 3 years of experience or 6 years of experience or 12 years of experience, every small thing you will need to Google it out. So don't be, I would say, not say ashamed, but don't hesitate in Googling out small things, even it's just about syntax or something, right? That's how the industry works. So I'll do the same thing again. This is a link. I'll just copy paste. It should be represented. Yep. Cool. So this is basically a blog which I saw, that how to build a React project. Okay. So basically we want to start with the React app, right? So I'll not read through everything, okay, because I know this. But if you start, you should consider reading all these things. Yeah. Any question? Okay, then we are good to go. So we currently, I'll not read through this. Okay. So first of all, I'll just give you a brief about it. Okay. Because anyways, if I'm reading through it, then it doesn't make sense to create a workshop around that, right? Good. So first of all, for creating a React app, what you need is dependency, that is a npm, and before npm, we need a node. Okay. So someone was saying about a Node.js, right? So Node.js is nothing but again a framework, okay, which is built on JavaScript, okay, which is basically powers front end as well as back end. If you see Node.js can be used with Express.js and some other bunch of libraries in back end as well. And even in front end, we'll require that node dependency to create a React application. So it's sort of a, you can say, a dependency of the React, right? So what we will do is we'll just check in our system whether npm is installed or not. So we'll do npm-v. So it is working. That means so I have a 8.5.5 version. If you don't have this installed, it's a common thing, right? We don't need a workshop for that. You just need to go to website, download the node package manager, and you are done. There are tons of video around it, right? So npm we have. Now we will go to the first command, okay, which is about creating a React app. So it says my React app, right? But instead of that, what we are going to do is, let me copy this. Okay, sorry. Yep. So I would say my chat app content. Cool. Yep. So what it will do is this create React app is a command, okay, to create a React application with the folder structure starting with my chat app frontend. Okay. Now this will create some initial files, which sort of, you can say, a bootstrap code from which we can pick the things. Let it create. I'll tell you, and I'll tell you the what that particular file is meant for. Okay, we'll go in deep once it completes this, right? I should have keep it created, but only thing is, because if I would have created it, right, it will be not in front of you, and you will probably get like that this is already created and we don't know. So I'm doing everything from the scratch. So bear with me for this. Cool. In between any of the question, we have not explained much on this front, but still, any questions from your side? So are you guys, how are you guys getting it? Like, are you guys getting it or not? Like, can we have a poll around that? Like, till whatever I explain, does it make sense for you, or it is just going above your head? Clear? Yep. Can we have a poll? Yes, sure. Can anyone just get a poll for this, like how many of them are able to understand this and how many of them are not? Anyone like, okay, I'm getting yes, but still I just want, like, if anyone of you is not getting it, and I'm ready to invest time on that. I'm looking for any no. There's a no. Okay, no problem. I'll not ask much question. If you don't understand, just tell me this is the topic that I'm not able to understand. We'll go through it. Just say the topic and no. That's it. I'll not make you speak in this, right? Make you speak in this workshop or in that particular meeting. Anyone? Okay, I assume that every one of you is getting these things. Okay. Hello. Cool. Then, okay, now it is done, right? It says happy hacking. We have installed it. Now I'll just refresh this. And my chat app is not showing it. Okay, what is the problem? Okay, probably I have messed up. Workshop demo, right? Got it. Okay, so basically I have created, you saw me, right? Okay, so can you say a little bit about npm and npx? Okay. Okay, so basically npm and npx, here it is written, right? What is npx and what is npm? So basically, to create a new, we can use the tool npx, provided you have an npm version. So npx is basically sort of an alternative for that. Okay, I don't have much idea on that, but that's what the command says, and that's what I did, right? But you can browse through it. Is it npx fetches the latest React version automatically? Cool, I get to know that. Okay, so Kuldeep is saying npx fetches the latest React version automatically. So that means ever you get let's say you are working on 14 version, right? And currently I think 16 or some other version is going on. So it automatically takes care of fetching and updating that thing. That's good to know, right? So everything you can, this small things you can definitely, every time you can Google it out. But at the end, the goal is to understand this thing as a block, this thing as a working block. Anyways, it will just lead you to creating a application. That's it. Okay, does that answer your question? Like Kuldeep answered it, Divyesh? or do you want me to browse through? Like I said, right? I don't know about npx and npm. Cool. Okay, so basically thing is, if you see, right, I have cloned this particular repo, like I have cloned the repo here in the my chat app, but I have created a React application under my chat app front end. Okay, so now that is where I sort of okay left, but this says it is already a GitHub repo. Okay, my chat app. Cool. Will okay. So only thing is you got the problem, right? I have that workshop demo. I cloned it from my chat app. I am supposed to create that thing here itself, but instead of that, I created it parallelly. Okay, that is a mistake what I did. But if you see, it is showing it as a GitHub repo only, right? So my local repository and ID setup is done, but there is no remote repository supporting this my chat app frontend. Okay, so probably we'll need to create it. Are you guys on the same page? And you understood what mistake I did? Anyone? Just a yes for that mistake. Cool. Got the point, right? Will that also can be done. So we'll discover that as well, right? So now onwards we'll not make any changes to my chat app. Okay, that was the other way around, like where we created from the GitHub and cloned it. Now what we'll do is we already have the local repository. Now we'll push it to a remote one. Okay, that also we can do. Cool. So okay, first let's start working on this. Now what I'll do is I'll just switch back to this one. I'll open folder, my chat front end, select folder. Now we have a React window up and done. This is also Git repository, but remember we don't have a remote repository for this yet. Okay, cool. Now if you go to terminal, new terminal on this, and now we need to run this application, right? I said it will come with the boilerplate code. Now what I'll do is I'll do npm start. Okay, so this will start the server and it has everything right now, right? To show it as a web application. We don't need to put in anything, but this is just a demo application, just to bootstrap your project. Okay, now you can start making changes to this file and make it according to you. Currently, it will just show a React logo, okay, and a link to that tutorial. And okay, let's start with that first. Let it start, so we'll be able to see what these files shows. Okay, basically let it come. Now we'll jump back to this. Okay. Let it start. And before that, what I'll like, oh, okay, I can say is, let's explain this. I think it will take time. Okay, so first of all, these are the things which is already been created. Okay, already been created by React as part of Bootstrap. Like when I did this create React app command, these are all things will come as a already created thing, like pre-initialize. Okay, basically what it is doing is, okay, now it is opening, right? Okay, it is opening in a different, let it reload. And cool. So how the rendering works, okay, when it hits localhost 3000, localhost everyone is aware of, right? That means it is pointing to our local server. Okay, so basically this runs a development server. Okay, this up the development server on the port 3000, which will show all our changes which we done in the React, okay, on the UI, like I mean the UI part. Okay, I'll do what I'll do is I'll make some changes here. I'll just go here, refresh, and I'll see whether my changes are getting reflected or not. Okay, so that's how it works. Now I'll show you what like the significance of each and every file. Okay, so first this React application will start from the index.html. Okay. So if you have hosted any of the application, you are probably knowing the importance of index.html file. Basically, that's the default file, or that's the default gateway, okay, for rendering any of the web front-end application. Okay. So basically, first it will go to this index.html, and I hope everyone would be knowing an HTML file, what HTML file denotes. HTML is just a hypertext markup language, and if you don't know, you can even start with that. Okay, it's a basic thing that you need to start with, like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Remember, we saw that in the full stack development role thing, right? For front end, the basic thing you need is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Will not go in depth into that, but you need to know bit of the text for around that. So if you see the body, right? So body is basically having a div with ID root. That is a bootstrap point. Okay. So if you see, this is the output which we are getting on the localhost. It says learn React edit source app.js to save and reload, right? So this is the file. Now I'll tell you how it is coming from. Okay, we'll reverse engineer that. So basically, as I said, it starts from index.html. It loads this body. Body is something which we show on the UI itself, right? Which we will be able to see. And these are the links which are get rendered as part of head. Okay, head tag. Now we are interested in this div ID root. Okay, so just remember that ID root. Now from index.html, it will render this. It will go to a JavaScript file, which is app.js. Okay, so what app.js is doing is basically it also has this particular piece of code. This is what JSX, right? This is a JSX, a JavaScript XML. This is not the HTML file. The previous one was the HTML file, and we defined the text, body, and all those things. But this is not a HTML file. This is basically a sorry, it should not be app.js. It should be index.js. I just messed up with that. Okay. So from index.html, it goes to index.js. It loads that particular file. Now this is a React library work. Okay. What this is saying is React DOM.create root document.get element by ID root. That means in index.html, we'll just get the div. Okay. Currently it is empty, correct? Now we'll go to index.js, and it says root.render this React strict mode. In that you will render the application app part of this, correct? So that means wherever the root is defined in div, just go there and render the app. Okay, this is a React terminology, but remember I said we are just here to understand the concept, not the syntax. So React DOM.create root will just basically renders a particular thing and target on the index.html. Like what if I change it to, instead of root, let's say if I change it to root 1, okay, so now it will not able to identify that root, right? So what will happen is, if I go here, there is nothing, right? Everything go away. Why? Because it was not able to identify the root. So that's how it is tightly coupled with that, right? If I change it to root back, I go here, everything starts loading, right? So it will go to root, index.js, go to root, render the app. Okay. So in here, basically, you can even remove that React.strict mode. That is fine. Okay. That you can Google out. Small things that you can Google out, that why strict mode is there, what is the difference between non-strict mode and a strict mode, that you will be able to do that. Right. Now app. Okay. So if you see from the import, app is coming from the .app. So that is app.js. Okay. So from app.js, this is the thing which is loading. Okay. And now we said component, right? So app is a component. Now you can say that app is a component which is being embedded to the root. Okay. And if you see app.js, this is the exact thing which we are looking. If I remove the logo, right? If I just comment out this image and I do control save, control S, and reload this, you see, image is gone, right? So everything in this start reflecting on your page, right? And because this total thing, that means the total thing is a component, which is a app.js. Okay, so this is a component basically, right? Which has this p tag, anchor tag, all those things, right? This is basically a HTML thing, learn React and all those things. If I remove all those things, it will go away. But you got the tree, right? First, it is index.html. Then it will load the index.js, which says replace the app component with the root, and it will start showing up all the things. You got the flow, right? Just a simple yes would be fine. Anyone having doubt? Cool. You got the flow. That is yep. Cool. So now what we'll do is, we don't want to show this as a page, right? We will just wipe it out and we'll just keep the class name app. Even that is also not required. Okay, so class name is basically a class. Okay, I'll explain another thing as well. So CSS, right? So I said HTML and CSS. CSS is nothing but a styling file, okay, where it will take care of all this, all the background colors and all those things, right? Where it is. Cool. So the background color you are able to see, the font, font thing, like font is different, right? And all the styling related thing is coming from that CSS file. And basically what we'll do is, most of the time we will define a class here. Okay, and we'll use that class name as a tag, and just put whatever class. And so basically this is pointing to class app, basically this text align center, which will what it will do is, it will align the center to text for that particular thing, so that you will able to see that the particular heading in the middle. Okay, so that's how it was affecting, but we'll able to create it from the scratch. So what we will do is, we don't want this, we'll remove that up. We don't want even a class name, sorry, we'll remove that up, and we are good to go, right? We are good to start with that. Now let's get started with that. So okay, so now we should have a basically a target state in mind, right? What we need to create. We got the component, we got the running application, but what we need to create. Okay, so that we will start with this. So basically there are two things. I also want you guys to know about React state, props, and lifecycle hooks, but that will go once we reach that particular stage. Okay, first let's start defining normal HTML, CSS, and component. Let's load them first, and then we will start after that. Okay, so we'll have a component tree. Okay, that is already there in PPT. As I said, first it will call the index.html. Okay, I will not present it, otherwise okay, let me present it. Cool. So basically from index.html we'll call the app. Okay, from app we need to create a header. So basically our header of the chat application, chat room, what it suggests is a room where you can select a participant, and a register page. Okay, these two pages. Register page basically where you can register yourself and say you can provide your name. Okay, and in chat room basically we'll have a search and load. Okay, what does it mean? Because in chat room we'll need to search about the page, right? Search about other participant, then only you will able to message them. Message text box, that means a text box where we will type our message and click on send. Okay, and a message box where our messages will show all the history and all those things, right? So these three components: header, chat room, register. These are the three components, and this is the component tree which we are going to make. Okay, so I'll go ahead and by starting making start this thing, header.js file. Okay, so first we'll start with the header. So what I'll do is app.js, I'll create a new folder basically which says all the components. Okay, so all the components, okay, which will be called from the app. App is an entry point. Okay, index.js fits in the app in the root. App is an entry point. From app we will start making all to header, chat room. We'll start embedding all those things, right? So let's get started. So we'll just create a header component. Okay, in components basically I'll create a header folder where our header component will reside, and here what I'll do is I'll create just a moment. I'll just make sure that my folder structure is up to date with what I have written previously, so that I'll not mess up anything. Okay. So component header we already have. Cool. So what we need, okay, so component is basically a combination of JS file and CSS file, right? So what I'll do is I'll do header.js and another is header.css. Okay, so that means whatever I want to render is in header.js, whatever I want to style will be in header.css. Okay, so what I'll need to do is I need to create a sort of a function which defines the component, defines the header component. That is our header component. Okay, so what I'll do is okay, I'll just here type header. Okay, it is not defined right now, right? What we need to do is we need to define a function, okay, for to define that particular component. We need to, at the end, it will be returning some JSX code, okay, which is basically a sort of an HTML, which will just render the particular view. Okay, so what I'll do is export default. If you don't understand any of the syntax, let me know. I'll provide the explanation, but it's not about the syntax, it's about the logic, how we are going, right? Header should have an uppercase H. Yep, that is also fine. It's fine if we, I guess it should be fine, but let's see it. It is fine if we just keep it as this. Okay, so just to clarify on that, why he's arguing about uppercase is basically React component are also called like a tag. Okay, so so how we differentiate between a React component and a normal HTML tag. So let's say I have created div as a React component, right? So it's a common convention that you keep the first letter as capital. Okay, so that we'll able to differentiate between the HTML code, HTML tags, and the React tags. Okay, so yes, Kuldeep, we'll keep it as a uppercase, export default header, default function, because it's a function. Headers, it should be header. I should have auto import and all those things, but anyways, I'll write it down. Okay, now this is the function, okay, that you need to basically which will return the header code basically. Okay, and I would say let's just test it out, right, whether it is returning correctly or not. So I'll just write down any simple div and says it's an header. Okay, this is what it is returning, and I'll also import CSS file. Okay, we have the header.css file in this, right? So that's how you import header.css. Again, this is a syntax, right? You just Google it out, how to import a CSS file in the JS file for the React, you get it, right? So that's how we'll import the header.css file. Currently, we don't have any rules in that. I just have this div as a header, app.js. What I'll do is, because I'm doing an export default, right? That means this header as a function will be exported and make it public to use. Basically, if you go in a oops terminology, but currently that doesn't apply. So when you do export this, right, this will be accessible for the outside JavaScript code, okay, to import, basically to import that particular component as a dependency in the tree. So if I do here header, that's my component. If you see the import, right, it is coming from component header.header. So I have it here, header is there. Sorry for missing this. Let me do save. Which one file is unsaved? Okay, there is one file. Consider this is unsaved. That is not an issue. Okay, it says cannot find file header.js. Right, because of that name. Okay, we have a header. export default app.js. It is pointing to the same error. Cannot find file header.js, does not match the corresponding name. Okay, so that is probably because header .js. I mess up every time. Import has small h. Is it? Import statement has small h. Yep. So it should be header. Okay. Cool. Thanks for that. I should be doing the same thing here. Okay. Now onwards, don't put this and header.js, header.css. Okay. So that was about the name only. Now we'll go here. Yep, it is showing header, right? That means our component is getting loaded. Only thing is it is not styled yet, right? So how it is calling? Index.js, app.js, app.js we have header it is calling this, it is returning this JSX code. Again, this is not a HTML code, this is a JSX code. Just Google about what is the difference between JSX and JavaScript, you'll get to know. It's just that it is using React internally and converting this to a particular component. Okay, React.create element. Like that's a different topic, but basically that's how it is getting converted to a JavaScript. At the end of the day, this total function will be converted to a JavaScript and will be passed inside. Okay, wherever you see any of this written and this JSX code, right, at the end of the day, after compilation, it will be pure JavaScript code. Okay, which will be something same as this React.create element. Like it use React.create element inside and converts into a JavaScript code basically. But it is just for our you can say easiness, that we will be able to interact with function as a HTML, like using HTML code, that for that particular sake it is being given like that. Okay, so header it is defining. Okay, now let's define the header part. Okay, we'll have a header with all this CSS and all this code working in that. Let me just make sure that I am on the same track. Cool. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create one div, okay, with which says header, and then we will have, so this is a basically outer div. Okay, now in outer div, basically what I'm imagining is this. Okay, if I go back to the screenshot, this is the header, right? So this particular box, I'm considering it as a div. Now I need to contain, right, home, which basically says go to home button, like go to home, right? And my chat web is a static content which is just a title of application. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put them in the div and then later on I'll style it. Okay, so it says home, and second div is my chat web. Oh, this is not a good name, my web chat. Okay, my chat web. Okay, so these two tags are should be displayed. Okay, but only thing is we need to achieve this state, right? The background color and all those things that will come from the CSS. Okay, so now HTML part is done. Now what I'll do is I'll basically define the classes and the CSS part. Okay, so basically here I'll go into a sort of a CSS concept. Okay, but believe me, you don't require to know it totally. Okay, CSS is something like which we learn in the process itself. It cannot be taught like sort as a concept or something. It can be, but it is hard to teach, right? Because it is something which we need to show in the UI by doing some sort of an experiment and all those things, right? It is more about trial and error. The CSS is more about trial and error. So that's why I have not kept CSS as part of this. And CSS is something which I'll just do a copy. I'll explain that. It's not like I'll not explain, but I'll explain that, but from the top 1000 views, like that is the intention behind writing that particular thing. Okay, till that's it. So we have that header class, right? So we'll define a header class here, and in a header class, basically we need to keep the background color. Okay, so because first thing was the background color, we need that particular background color. So I'll do background color, and basically I have the hex code ready with me so that it shows the correct color. You can play around that, whatever color you like. Okay, so A8 4. Cool. So this is basically a hex code which defines the color. Okay, this is the pinpoint color which I want to display, right, for the header part. Now the font color. Okay, font color we want to display it as a white, or you can say white smoke, right? So I'm just trying to make this as a same as the image. Okay, we'll define the font size, which is basically 1.5 rem. Okay, so rem means basically it is a relative size. Okay, for default settings, one rem is equal to 16 pixels. Okay, but let's say someone wants to expand the view, right? Like in mobile, usually our parents has the bigger font size, right? All of our parents used to have the bigger font size because they have like sort of classes and numbers and all, right? So what they do is we go to settings and increase the size. So that will affect the rem ratio. Default it is 16 pixel, but if you increase that, it will be in the proportion of that. Okay, so let's say if you increase into 2x, so it becomes 32 pixel into 1.5. So it will show a bigger font, and it will support the default setting. Okay, default setting of your browser. So that is about the font size. Now another property which we need is position fix. Okay, so why position fix? Basically thing is we want this thing. Sorry. Okay, no problem. Basically we think this we want this header to stick around, okay, on every scroll. So we want this position fix. You can learn this particular thing by just doing a good course on CSS. Okay, that you will learn. But only thing is we'll not go in depth of this. Okay, we'll just keep this as it is. We'll do now, since it is position fix, right? We'll just give some indication that where you need to put that particular thing. Top 0 pixel means it will be on the top itself, and it will be directly touching to the our content, web content. Okay, now we'll have a width as 100%. So we want a total viewport width in this. That's why it is 100%. It will be expanded to 100% of the width, and then Z index of 99, so that it doesn't get overlap or overhidden to something. So this is what properties we want. Will this website will be responsive? Yes, Jay. This won't be responsive because for responsive again I'll need some more CSS, right? And I don't want to spend total time in writing CSS, but instead of that I want you guys to introduce to the get introduced to the total concept of it, right? To deploy the web application that you can learn from your own side. This won't be a responsive website. Yep, this won't be a responsive one. We will just have we'll just make it for this particular viewport, my laptop, my size, and you when I'll share the link, I would say open it in your laptop, so it will look decent. But in mobile, it won't open. It won't look decent. We'll need to write some more CSS along the side for this. Okay, so yes, it won't be responsive for this workshop. We can make it, but that will take more time. Cool. Now we have the content in place, right? So header is done. Okay, so you'll able to see some changes because of header class I changed. Yep, able to getting, like, we are getting near to that particular state, right? The color is there and all those things. Now we need to align the content. So when we have this position fix component, right? what I need to do is I need to give the classes to this, right? Header I done. I'm done with the header. But for this, I'll give a class, let's say content. Okay. Class content. And this is also class content, because both are content of this particular header. Okay. Now I need to target it and I need to write the CSS for that. Okay. Header dot content. Okay. So basically what I want is this should be displayed one after another, right? But it is displaying like not one after another, but exactly as a neighbor, right? Instead of one after another, it should be displayed as a neighbor of that. So what we need to do is we need to display it as an inline block. Inline block. So what will happen is both will come one after, like in the neighbor, like home and my chat like this. Previously it was taking the 100% space. Okay, now it's not a block element, it's inline block element, so it will not take the whole space. That's the concept behind that. And then we will do vertical align middle, so it will go to middle in the vertical space. Okay, basically here it sort of middles up in that particular header. Okay, and then margin 12 pixel. So it will just give the margin to this. Okay, my chat. Cool. But still this particular thing. So what I did is I gave the margin to both the boxes. Okay. So both the boxes has a margin of 12 pixels. So here is the trick for that. Okay. So what you can do is anytime you're working with CSS, right? Use this developer tools. How I get it? I did function F12. Okay. This will give all the analytics or all the back part of the website basically. So what I'll do is I just go to this home, right? And it will show me all the classes, right? We applied the class header, we applied the class content. You see, this home is getting like highlighted whenever I hover over this, right? And all the styles are here. Like if I do margin 12 pixel, uncheck this, right? So it will get close enough, close to that particular left element. And here it will be like that, right? So this is basically how you play around with CSS, right? From the begin part, I created that application by playing around this and doing trial and error so that we don't waste time here in that. So are you guys good with this, like till that, or you found it boring? Like we are just doing CSS and HTML. There is no fun stuff right now. Like not yet started. This is good. Aman Singh. Yep. Anyone? Any suggestion on that? Because I see people are getting, like previously it was 75 participants, which are not in a good like good capacity, but yep, now it's 53. So any suggestions? Anything we need to speed up a bit or? Cool. Okay, no problem. Let me go ahead then. So basically we'll shift again to header.js. Now what you can see, right, this my chat app is coming bit nearer to this. Probably we need a space in between, correct? So what I'll do is I'll go here, because content was for the like the both the things, both the content. Now I want something specific to this. Okay, so what I can do is either I can define an inline style or I can define something in the class. Okay, let's try with the inline style. Okay, so that you get introduced to the inline style as well. So basically what I'll do is I'll provide inline style to that particular component only. Okay, so that it will go bit farther than, like it will go bit on the right hand side and fits in the middle of the viewport. Okay, so what I'll do is here in style it is same as CSS. Okay, here just we follow camel casing to define. Okay, basically what I want to give is I want to give a left margin to it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do margin left, and basically let's say 35 rem, right? So now this is here. Okay, cool. So this is a tried and trusted way. What probably you need to do is you can do like here, you can do this, increase or decrease something, and then make it settle here, okay, so that it looks good. Yep, we can also use the Flexbox. So here is the thing. I'm still learning the Flexbox. Okay. As I said, you don't master everything, right? CSS is something which I'm also weak on that side, but still you should do that. Okay. Still I'm trying to explain that. But as I said, I'm more of a backend guy who is converted into full stack from, I would say, last 1 year, right? So yes, if you know the Flexbox, that's an amazing tool. You don't need to juggle around this thing, okay? And you'll able to create a mobile responsive website using that. So that yes, that definitely everyone can learn. I still don't know. I would say yes. If you have good resources, please let me know. I'm in that stage. So CSS is something which almost every backend developer hates, or you can say full stack developer. This is the main hurdle that you need to basically go through, or you need to pass through, right? You have to understand CSS to make any of the website. Currently, I know only this, like playing around with the basics of CSS, but yes, that Flexbox can be done. Cool, we'll check out that. Okay, so CSS Tricks has a great Flexbox guide. Everyone can check this out and have a good knowledge on the CSS part, right? Okay, anyway, that's not the concern. We'll do a basic CSS because we don't want to make it a fancy website. We just want it to work and show the wall phases. Okay, so our header is done. Cool. Now, as I said, right, now the Git comes into the picture. I developed a particular header for this, right? Now I want to commit that particular piece of code, okay, to my basically repository. Currently, we don't have a remote repository. We only have a local repository. So what I'll do is basically I'll create one of them and assign that as a origin. Okay. But currently we'll just only work with the local repository. Then later on, we'll push everything to the remote repository. Okay. So currently, if me and Rahul is working on the same project, Rahul doesn't know that this project exists. Okay. It's only in my local. We'll push that project, or we'll push the local repository to remote repository at the end. Okay, that I'll show you. So currently everything will do till our local. Okay, so I'll create another terminal. We have created these 4 files, right, which are untracked. It shows in this particular ID that CSS, JS, and header CSS and JS is not committed yet. Okay, so what I said is, if you go back to this particular thing, right, what you need to do is git add, then git commit, right? So we'll do the same thing to the local repository. So I would say git add --- all. I think that's the command, or --- is the command. So I will have chosen. Yep, git add --- So what it will do is it push all the changes to stage area, right? So this is what our index looks like. So here currently our changes are here. This is not been created. This is in our local. This is the workspace. We are at index, right? Now what I need to do is commit to the local repository. So what I'll do, git commit -m and the message. Okay, basically what I can say is created, or you can say created the header. Okay, done. So this is being committed to our local repository. Now it is here. If I do refresh, now there is no changes, right? So this is the first commit. Now someone was talking about the history, right? So this is the history. Now this commit ID, right? Whatever things I have committed, this is the first, I think, 7 digits of that commit to the master. This using this thing, right? You can roll back your application to header part. So I'll develop the application and I just want the header and everything I want to put aside, I can roll back with the use of this commit ID. Okay, so that can be done using this. Okay, we have a question. Backend is so structured, CSS is Jadoo Tona. Yep, I can feel the same. That's where the struggle starts, right? For the front end or a full stack developer. CSS is something which you learn by doing the stuff, not by just going through theories. Okay, so I would suggest create some more projects. Okay, play around them, create some fancy fancy clone. Like, let's say I want to create a clone of Facebook or a Twitter or a TikTok. Okay, there are multiple YouTube videos available on the internet. Follow them, try to get the intuition behind that, why this person is using this, not this. Okay, and that's how you learn the CSS part. Like here I have like if I say header.css, right? Here I have used position fix. Why I have used the position fix, right? You should have an intuition behind that. I have made this as a position fix because I want this to stick around the viewport, right? If I scroll down, it should be stick around this. So that's the you can say behavior of that position element, fix element. That's the importance of that particular CSS property. Okay, so that's how you will learn that. Cool. So we have created a header, committed it, everything is good. Now other person is not knowing that that project exists, that he'll know in short. Okay, even that commit will show when we do a push, right? That commit will show, right? But currently we don't have a remote repository. So now we are done with the header. We are going a bit slow. Now we need to speed up again. Okay, so now in component, we want, now header part is done, right? Now let me just open this and let me verify if we are on that same track. Yep, so header part is done. Now we need our main application, main thing, right? So basically what I'll do is I'll create a folder structure inside this main. Okay, now this is the bottom part basically, which will change based on the routes. Like we discussed about the single page application, right? So as the route changes, the middle part will change, but header will remain as it is. So I will name it as main, and there I'll create a folder. Okay, so which will be basically first is a register. We want to create a register page. So register will be inside another folder, and here again by just making sure that we capitalize first letter, register.js and register.css. So we have another component in place. Okay, so what it will do is now we'll have something to fill this space. Okay, we are on the first page on the main route. We have home, my chat tab. We'll decide that particular content to this. Okay, cool. Let's write some code for the register.js. Okay, so register.js, where should we start with? Okay, so how do we want this to display, like to look like, right? So if I go here, this is okay. We don't have a screenshot of it, not an issue. So what I want you to know is we'll have a one box here. Okay, black box here, bordered box here, where we will have just one input tag and we'll have one button. Okay, where user will click, user will just input his name, will click that particular button and will get registered with my chat app. Okay, will get registered, stored in the database. Everything should happen, but the view will look like this: one box, one text box, and one button, right? So just like similar to this, but I don't have a screenshot of that. So anyways, we'll create it. So the same way, what we need to do is export. I should have a plugin for that, but anyways, export default register. Cool, and we'll return particular element, just the way we did for the header. Export default function. Okay, div, and then we'll say register page. Okay, so let me save it and the other terminal it is running, right? So we don't have any error as well. Now if I reload this, okay, why it is not showing here? Any guesses? Can anyone guess why it is not showing here? I'm waiting for a 30-second. Anyone who can guess this? We have not imported it in. Correct. So that is the problem, right? So if you see the structure of this is a register. Now in app.js, we only have header. We don't have register imported or marked anywhere, right? So what we will say is app, please also show register page under the header. Okay, so that's how we say it. We are in register. It is compiling. Now, oops, again it is not showing. Why? Register. I go here, return this. Let me save it again. It is not showing. That's the bummer. So what is happening is header.js, register.js, app.js. App.js, I imported this dot component main register. Okay, cool. Let me do one thing. This is register page. Anyone can help me here, because this is a common bug, right? Like we used to get let me do this. Let's say if I remove header, register page is there. Okay, so that was the thing, right? Because the header was position fixed, right? As I told, and I gave z index to it. So z index was 99. It was behind, right behind the header. Okay, so that is the problem. That was the problem. Now once we, so register page is there, right? And once we start defining CSS for this, it will start getting reflected. Okay, so what we need is one box, one text box, and one button. Okay, so we'll start defining that. Just a moment. Right. Okay, we are on the correct path. Okay, register.js. Now what I'm going to write is basically I'll give this particular thing as register box. Okay, so that will be outer box of it. Okay, and then we will have a basically content in between, which is basically let me do that. Div dot no, the plugin not work. Div last name equals to basically content. Okay, I would say register content, which will just say register here. Okay, so so one box will be there, then one content will be there, then we'll have a one text box. Okay, text box around it, which will be basically an input element where we'll do type equals to text. Okay, type equals to text, and then that's it. So that will be our input element. Now if I go again here and reload, probably I should give something to CSS so that it falls after that. Okay, so we'll define register box first of all. So what I'll do is I'll do the register box, just copy things here. So basically, as I said, right, this is a border box. So I'll do border 2 pixel solid gray. I want a gray border around it. Okay, we'll give some height to it. Okay, again, height will be in rem. Width by default, width will be 100%, but we want it to be a 60% width. Okay, we don't want to cover the total page. Then we'll have a margin auto. Margin auto, what it does is it basically centers your component horizontally. Okay, so our component will be centered horizontally, and we'll do margin top, because again we need to think about the vertical space, right? So from the top it should be 10 rem, below that. Okay, so now if I reload, there is nothing, because probably registered box is there. Okay, if I go to FJS and do this, yep. Okay, so border is not coming, right? That's an issue. If you see, I have registered box here, but since CSS was not imported, it was not showing that, right? So we need to import CSS as well. So what I'll do is import dot register dot CSS. There are plugins available which will auto import these things. Okay, but sorry, I don't have it right now. So now you will be able to see the output of this, right? Now I'll just uncomment the header part and you'll be able to see. This is making sense. We got the gray border box where you have a register here and the input. Okay, only thing is we need to make it center and big in font. Cool. So what I'll do is I'll just go to register.css, and whatever content inside register box. Okay, so what it is saying is whatever is under register box class, that means register content which is under the register box. You can even define register box as well, register content as well, right? Not to confuse. So these are the different types of say CSS specifiers, access specifiers, or something like that, so which you can use. Again, this workshop is not about CSS, so we'll directly jump to this. What we'll do is okay, so register.js, we need a register content to basically again set in the middle. So I'll do margin auto, which will specify this, that the content should be in the middle horizontally. Okay, and then we'll give it a width of 20%. Okay, in that particular component we already have a 60% of the width, and in the 60% we'll just give the 20% of the width to that particular component. And then again, the font size that we want this to be 1.5 rem. Okay, as the font size, and font weight as bold. Okay, so we want to show this as a bold text. And now I save it. Like you can see, right, register here is in the middle of this, and we are just remaining with the text box. Okay, so basically in register.js we have a this. Let's give a class to this. This is basically register input. Okay, and now we'll define a CSS for this to make sure that this falls in the center, and then we'll have a submit button to it. Okay, so we'll have a register input for the input box. What we'll do is we'll just say display block instead of inline, so that we can give sort of like margin and all those things to this. We'll give some padding to it. Padding to it will be 0.5 rem. Okay, so padding is something which is an internal space, like within the component you want it. It looks good, like if you give padding, basically we'll have like whenever you type, there will be a space between the border and the content itself. Okay, so that's where the padding comes into the picture. And then we'll give margin auto. again, to make sure that this is aligned horizontally with the name itself, like with the register here name. Then we will go give margin top, basically 1.5. Okay, and the background color to it, basically. Okay, so previously we gave color with the hash code, right? There is another way to give it a color, which is in RGB format. Okay, so basically it specifies the red, green, and blue significance into that. So I would say 74, 117, and 31. So this is already decided color. Okay, and color will be again, I would say this is about the font color. So let's keep it as white only, or probably let's see. I'm not good with colors and all. Let's see how it looks. Okay, that's how it is looking right currently. So basically we want, okay, I probably messed up with that. Just a moment. Okay, so let's not give the color to this, right? Let's not give the color. What I want this to be is, we want this particular thing to do a margin auto. Okay, we want this in the middle display block. That is fine. Let's give this particular thing more margin top, right? Because here it is nearer to this. We want it here, somewhere here. So I'll do margin top 5 rem, right? So we get some space in between. Then again padding, right? Because when we type, it should show some space, 1 rem. And then font size, basically whatever font size we use for the outer box, it should inherit that. Okay, so it will be 1.5 rem. So that's how it looks from this perspective. Okay, now we need a button. Okay, we need a button to display in this. So let's define the button. This particular things looks good right now. We'll define a button here. And okay, I'm just worried about the timing thing, because currently we are not completed the React part. Okay, so let's get a quick poll. Okay, audience, probably you guys are you guys feeling a bit bored or like this? I mean, we are writing CSS and HTML. I know it's boring, right? But I cannot directly jump to the backend part till it gets over. So are you guys in this, or feeling like lost in the, like I'm just going and writing the code and you are doing your own work? I don't want that to happen. Let me know. It is good and clear. Anyone feeling like left behind or not into this? Let me know. It is little slow. Yes, it is. Cool. Yep. Any other suggestion? I'll probably try to come up with something where I can just fast this process, make this process fast. Okay, good, cool. So now what I'll do is I'll jump to another theory. Okay, so we have completed this much of React. Okay, now this is all about HTML and CSS. Let's come to a theory of React, where we actually sort of pass the like we'll just learn the life cycle of it. Okay, let's first learn that thing. Okay, and then we can do fast forward to this. Okay, only thing is I just want you guys to know what are this React hooks and all. So this is basically a 70 to 80% of the React covered here itself. Okay, if you know the hooks, props, stat, that is more than enough for the React to get started, at least like to create a basic web application. That's the only thing, and that's the magic of React which it provides. Okay, so let's get started with that. Okay, the theory first, and then we'll fast forward that front end part, and we'll directly jump to the back end one. Okay, so after this we'll take a break or for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. I'll probably do some boilerplate code. Okay, but as you know, the CSS part and all, I'll just complete that up. Okay, and then we'll just keep our eye on the React code itself, not the CSS part. Does that sounds good? Or you want to stay you want me to stay on the same track where I'm writing all the things by one? It feels like it's a bad idea. Yep. We should not write all the things. I can skip the CSS part. Any suggestion? Shall we do that? Cool. Anyone? Okay, cool. Yep. Let's start with that. So basically state, props, and lifecycle hooks. Okay. So React hooks is sort of a basically it is introduced in the while like as a functional component part. Okay. So previously we used to create a class-based component where we used to define a classes for all the components, right? Here, if you see register, so this is a functional component where we don't have class and the proper member, I mean, the properties of that class embedded into this, right? Here, it's just a function which will return it's JSX after all, like JSX, and that's over, right? But before this, we used to have a class-based component where we define the class, we define the properties, and then we use the properties inside the render method. Okay, so that was more on the object-oriented programming side, I would say. And now from the React 16.8, I guess we have started implementing functional components, right? Functional components instead of class-based component. So these are the functional components. If you want to learn about class-based component, you can Google that out. At the end, it is also returning the JSX code. That's it. Okay. So that's where it got introduced. Okay, and I'm specifically talking about the functional component only because that's the most of the thing, like that's most of the industries using or started moving to. Okay, like right now, even React suggested that don't rely on the class-based component because soon they'll also stop support for that and they will start moving towards the functional-based component. Okay, so now it's a good thing to start with the functional component instead of class-based component. Okay, so that's why I started with that. So now let's come to this state. Okay, what is the state? State is a built-in React object that are used to store data about the component. Okay, so let's try to understand that. So this is the register.js page. Okay, let's say this will have a state. Okay, why? Because let's say we are doing input. Okay, we are getting something. Let's say I type in my name. I need to store that thing, right? So whatever local copy we require to maintain till that component, that will remain to that register component itself. It will not be shared with header or app.js or any other component, right? Because every component is independent and have its own independent lifecycle. So that is the state, which is basically required to store a data which is related to that component independently. That's it. So I'll define a state here, which will store the text, whatever user types in, I'll store it as a state so that it doesn't get lost. Basically, whenever this component renders, right, it will call this function each and every time. So I need something which will not flush away. Okay, I stored a name as a state, so it will not flush away and it will store that particular name on every render cycle. So that's the importance of the state of that state of the component. We'll use that. It will make sense after that. Okay. So use state, again, use state is a callback function which will allow us to create a state of a particular variable. Okay. So basically what we'll do is we'll call this particular function inside this. Okay. Let me do that here itself. So I'll do this and call use state function. Okay, I can pass any state for like with which I want to initialize it. Okay, so currently I'm passing empty string because currently there is no name provided to this, and this will return two things. Okay, this will return the current state, or you can say text current text, comma, the I would say change text. That means change text as a function. So if you see this use state documentation, right, this is the text, okay, so which basically refers to the string which we passed in, right, and this is a change text, which is a function, which is a callback function, which we required to call whenever we need to change the value. Okay, so whenever you want this thing to change with some other name, you'll call change text, and whenever you want to read that particular thing, you will use text. Okay, so these are the two variables which will be basically considered as a state of the register component. Okay, so is this clear? Anyone? Cool. Yes. Okay. Now, so this is the use of use state and the state, right? Now let's say props. Okay. So now let's come to props. So this is about working independently. Now let's say there is a connection between two components. We want to pass something. Let's say a registered user we want to pass to the chat room. Okay, because we need to show like with like who is chatting with the other person, right? So we need that data to pass to some other component, getting passed to some other component. So that is what the props is. So by default, every function expect the props, okay, which gets passed from its calling component. So register for register from app we are calling this, right? So if I pass something like let's say anything, any variable equal to something like this string, my name, okay, so that will be passed as a props and will be received in the register, like props dot, if I do props dot where, I'll get the name out of it. And why I'm doing this curly braces is because if you want to pass some okay, you can omit that as well here because it's a string literal. But if you want to refer, since this is a JSX, right, I already told you that this is a JSX. If you want to refer to any of the variable, let's say here I have name, okay, name is equal to push. So if I want this name to be to pass this as a props of register, okay, what I need to do is I need to define this as inside of the curly braces and pass it as a name. Okay, so this how you refer the variables. Okay, so now this is pointing to this particular name. So that's where you need to pass this as a in the curly braces. And we used to like this is, I don't know the exact name, but that's the concept behind that, right? So this is the props. So basically, props is something while creating a parent and child component, all the traits of the parent component can be passed to a child component. Okay, this is the prop. So basically, parent-child relationship, you need a prop. Independently, you need a state. That's it. And the one lifecycle hook that you need to know is useRef. Okay, so this hook helps you to store a mutable value that does not cause a re-render when updated. Okay, so as I told you, right, whenever this particular tree gets re-rendered, right, let's say app.js, okay, whenever this particular thing gets re-rendered, it will trigger re-render of header as well as register component. So since it is a function, right, you need some way to store that, because if it gets re-rendered, then text will always be assigned to this empty string. So what's the meaning of storing that, right? That's why you are storing the state, not a simple variable like that, right? If I keep it like this, text equals to something, right? So what will happen is every time it gets reloaded, right? Every time this component gets reloaded, it will over Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So they already warned you, right? So there is a power cut here. Can I just quickly get a confirmation that you guys can able to hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Cool. Okay, let me share my screen again. So I'm on a mobile data. Probably there will be some lag in between. Just bear with me for some time.
Hello, sir.
Okay, cool.
Well, your voice is breaking, I guess.
We were at the youth, right? So basically, saying is why we need a state and prop. That was the intuition behind that. Whenever a component gets loaded, it will any lag. I'll try to switch. Now, is it fine or still?
Still lagging a bit, but it's okay. I think you're audible.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Is it lagging or is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Or
Yes, sir.
it's
Clear.
still? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Cool. Cool. So we were on this particular thing, right? The use state and use ref thing, right? Props and use state, right? So I think okay. Let me switch to आजूबाजू जरा ना. Sorry to ask you again, but can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now lights are back, but I see some of them dropped off. Sorry for that. Now I'm connected with a stable internet. Okay, let me go to this. Okay, So what I was saying is this is the main thing: React hooks, state, props. Now we'll just learn about the use ref, okay, which is basically related to React hooks. So what I'll do is there is one article for this. We'll just quickly go through that, and you will able to understand the total thing about the React hooks. Okay, that's the whole thing. Like use effect is will able to sort of give you all the hooks in all the phases of React lifecycle. Okay, so basically let's start with that. So basically the React has three life cycles. Okay, mounting, unmounting, and update. Okay, mount means it will get added to the DOM. Okay, DOM is basically document object model. Basically it will gets added to the view part. Okay, update is when some user events happens. Let's say I click on something, I did some input. Okay, so that's the update part. Unmount is, let's say if I move from one page to another page, it will get unmounted. Okay, that means just destroying the element. So basically mount, update, and unmount. These are the three states for which we need a React hook. Okay, probably we need to do something on the mount stage, we need to do something on the update stage, and we need to do something on the unmount stage. Okay, so now for mounting stage, basically mount, for the mount thing, it will call the constructor, then render, and this. So now the catch is this particular thing is for the class-based component. Okay, the constructor, render, component, did mount, these methods were defined for the class-based component, but here we are with the functional components, right? So for the functional component, what we need to do is there is alternative of that, right? So class-based component for the mount phase, right? For the first phase, mount, what we'll do is we'll use the use effect function. Okay, use effect callback with the empty array. So this is basically a dependency. So what we are saying is whenever this component is mounted, okay, whenever this component is mounted, run this particular thing. Okay, run this particular thing so that it will run as a constructor, basically a constructor, and this is basically a alternative of component did mount. So that will just show that component is mounted. Okay, just remember that you need to pass the empty argument after that, so it will be treated as a constructor. Now let's say component did update. Okay, I said the update phase. So update phase, what will happen is definitely when you will be updating it with respect to something, like any of your state or props gets updated, this will call this particular function. Okay, so how you need to do is basically use the same function without passing anything, without passing any argument. So what it will do is with the every update on this particular thing, okay, on the particular component, it will run again and again. Okay, so let's say you do anything in the parent component, whenever it gets rendered, it will log this particular statement. Okay, whenever this particular component gets re-rendered. But in the above case, it will be rendered just once. Okay, so how it goes is first mounting happens, then lots of update cycle happens, then unmounting happens. Okay, this is how a life cycle looks like for this. So here what will happen is for mount, this will run once, this will run many times because it's a update hook. Okay, and second thing is you say unmount one, right? So unmount one, we need to make it like we will use the use effect only to unmount that particular thing. I mean to detach that particular thing. Okay, so there is another way. Okay, basically in the update cycle itself, here we have not passed any of the dependency. If you see this one, use effect, right, without any dependency. So this will blindly run every time whenever this component gets updated. But there is a second flavor to it. If we pass the particular variable, okay, let's say this component is foo is basically a prop. Okay, prop, that means it is getting passed from the parent component to this component. So wherever this foo gets changed, right, render this particular, I mean run this particular thing. So this is also an update phase, but which will not run every time. Okay, it will run only when this foo is getting changed. I mean, the props is getting changed. Okay. So this is a second flavor to it, I would say, where we'll do a conditional check whether the props are getting re-rendered, then only run this, not blindly on every re-render. Okay. So this is the third thing. Okay. The fourth one is basically the unmount stage. Okay. So what will happen is for unmounting, we need to put some code that whenever it gets destroyed, also detach other things as well. Okay. You probably need to do something on the cleanup. You probably need to provide some code on the cleanup side. Okay. So what we will do is in use effect, basically, let's say I have a interval. Okay. That means every 100 millisecond. Okay. We have a check. Not sure. Okay, so we are on this, right? So basically, let's say in use effect, we have this interval where it will every 100 second or probably millisecond, it will display the time. Okay. But when this particular component gets destroyed, we want this interval to also clear out. Okay, we don't want this to run like even after that component is destroyed, because this is basically a asynchronous thing. Okay, which gets registered to your JavaScript stack basically. That's a different talk, but we need to clear something out. So what we'll do is, as part of return statement, we'll return the clear function to this. Like whenever this gets unmounted, this particular component gets unmounted, do change the title to time stop and clear the interval. Okay. And here, if you see, this is a constructor type, means on mounting this will work. By seeing the argument, you will able to see, you will able to guess that if there are some arguments or no arguments, it will be in a update phase. If there is an argument, if there is no argument, then basically it will update every time. If there is an argument to it, it will update on update of that particular argument itself. If it is an empty array, that means basically it's a constructor. It's a constructor for that particular component. It will run only for the one time, and then then it will be unmounted after that. Okay, so these are basically 4 states of this. Okay, 4 flavors of use effect. One with the empty parameter, I mean with the empty array. Second with no parameter, which will run every time. Okay, third with dependency, like we saw with this foo, right? With the dependency. And fourth is basically about unmounting, because unmount will happen for every component. Okay, whether it is just for the update, it will also unmount, and if you just created a component for mount, basically a constructor, it will also unmount. So whatever function you will callback, whatever callback you will return in place, right? After completing that function, will be called on the timing of unmounting. Okay, let's say I clear the interval. So same way, I'll clear that out. So 4 things, right? State, props, use effect, and the life cycle. All things are covered. This is the React. That's it. There are multiple things, but if you know this much, right, you will be good to go with any sort of application. You will be able to understand. Then yes, there are different complex concept as well in the React. Okay, obviously it's a big framework, right? We cannot cover it in an hour, but this is what it's all about. Like if you know this particular 3 state, mount, update, unmount, and how to play around this with the use effect, right? 4 flavors of use effect. That's it. Any question on that? We will take this in the practical thing. Okay, practical session, and you will able to learn that thing, where to use it. You will become master of that, because we have the scenarios where use effect, all flavors of use effect comes into the picture. Okay. Any question on that? Anyone? Are you guys getting it, or any yes or no? Anything would be fine. Okay. Yes says yes. You're good with that. Cool. Now, what I would suggest is let's take a break. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll complete the CSS part and we can catch up after that. But I'm definitely like I'm sure that there will be less participants. Or like, are you guys? I mean, it will require a patience. Okay, you have to be patient enough to learn all those things, because where this, like, you can learn it by your own as well, right? But where this workshop comes into the picture is like, I already know this stuff, and I know how to explain this and how to get this into the coding phase. Okay, and how like connecting the dots, that's it, right? So that probably can help you with that. Like, you'll get a help on that front, that's it. Other than that, yes, you can also learn that by your own as well. So what we'll do is we can go for a quick break. Okay, then we'll fast forward from here. You just need to know about, like, we'll just do a code on the React side, that's it. There will be no CSS, and we will create a component with, with a good speed. Is that, like, how does this sound? Like, can we take a break? Anyone can pitch in. Cool. So can anyone from organizer?
Yes, sir. We'll have a quick break on this.
Sure.
Yeah.
We can probably get back in 10 minutes around, like, currently it's 3:41, right? So 3:55 probably.
Thanks.
Yeah. Basically it's sort of an interval. Okay. I hope you'll come back. There is another, like, that there is quite a good amount of code remaining. Okay. Where we need to use our brain and try to find out a solution. I'll explain that out. Yeah, but stay with me.
Okay, sir. Let's meet then.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, let's meet after 10 minutes. Hi.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Is that possible to like bring everyone back? Like, is there any communication medium available?
Yeah, sure. On Discord room, there all will message.
Yeah, sure. So that's why I keep a 5-minute buffer. Okay, so we can spend these 5 minutes just to get them back.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. Yeah, so I see 8 or 7 raised hands. Like, if you guys around, then please raise your hand. So at least we'll get some good number, like get the idea about the numbers. Okay, so there are 10 people. Yeah, so Prachi, let me know once we are good to start. So we'll start with that. So no one is left. Okay, there are quite a good folks at 14. Cool. Okay. Are we good to start? Like, Prachi?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Let's start with that. So I'm just turning off my video just to save on the bandwidth. Okay. So
Yes.
that I share the screen. Okay. So here we were, right? Register here and text box. That's the only thing which we were able to complete. So what I did is I created a tree. Okay. Whatever was there in the PPT, I created the tree. I have like added the CSS file into that so that we don't have to work with that CSS file and we just directly start working with the components only, right? Cool. So we were on the register.js. Now what I'll do is basically we need a button for that, right? So the text field is there, button is not there. So we need a button so that user can click and do register on that. Okay. Basically it is denoted using a button tag, and what we need to show in the text is like start chatting. Okay. You want the user to start the chatting, and basically we will give this a class. Okay. Basically a class name. I just check in the CSS file. We have this register button, right? So class name of register button. I just copy paste it here. So that's this basically a styling around it. Okay, which I have already copy pasted from the repo. So now this is our register button. Okay, so the view is ready. Now I can write any name and I can press start setting. Now we need some action on that, right? Once we do a start setting, ideally what should happen is this name should get registered to our framework. I mean our application, right? So so here is the trick. Like thing is API is not ready. So normally in industry, that's how it works. Okay. You get started with the front end, you do all the mockups. Okay, you create the front end out of it. I mean, any front end means the view code out of it, and wherever there is any action required, right, you just place a placeholder like any of the console log statement or an alert. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do on click. Okay, on click. So on click expects a function. Sorry for this. Okay. Okay, so this is a function where we need to define, let's say I said alert as start chatting clicked. Okay, cool. So just a moment, I think I messed up with this. So this should come inside this button. Okay, so for button, whenever we click, there this is an indication where to be replaced, to be replaced by register API, right? So once register API is ready, from the backend perspective, we'll replace it. But for now, whenever I click, I'll get start setting clicked. Okay. So what will happen is this will basically register the user and it will move to another page. Okay. So we'll not get into the API part of it, but we will do basically a simple alert sort of thing. Now I told you about the state, right? So for the state, basically whatever is there as part of text, right? Let's say my name, I need to store that and then I need to pass it to an API, right? Consider API is just a function, just another function you're calling. You need a parameter to that, right? That you are starting a chat, but with which name, with what name you are starting, right? So you need to have that variable. So here, since this is a part of register, right? Register component, we'll use it as a state. So let's say we'll define a variable text and basically update text. Okay. And we'll say use state, and in constructor we'll pass an empty string. Okay. So that means text is initialized with this particular string. Now we can make this on-click method more interactive. Why? Like how? I mean, let's say what I'll do is for the input take, I'll just say value equals to text. That means whatever is there in the text variable, currently it's an empty string, it will point this as a value. And whenever any change happens, okay, on change, anything happens, I told you, right? Update text is a function to update that particular variable. It will not get updated on the every render cycle. That's the whole motive of the you can say React lifecycle hooks. Okay, it should not get updated on every render. It will get updated on only this on change event. Okay, so in on change, basically what I'll do is it will give me an event. Okay, what I'll do is I'll do update text and basically event dot target dot value. So it will give me an event object itself. Okay, but I don't want total event. I just want the value which user has provided as input, right? So input dot target dot value is the actual value. So now what this will do is this will point to text. This is called two-way binding. Okay, so as in when I type something, text will get updated in that, and whenever I click, I'll get the correct reference to that particular text. Okay, so how I can experiment this? I'll say I'll concatenate with the text. Okay, so use the start chatting click for text. Now I save it, and okay, so there is an error. Okay, use state is not defined. Okay, so we need to import it from the, since it is a part of React library, right? We need to import it from the basically React, but I'm not sure why it is not importing. It should auto import. Say not. Okay, let me copy the import statement from the repo itself. Okay, so this is what the import statement is. That has nothing to do, like that has nothing to do with the code, but okay, already been declared. Is that okay? Sorry, I missed that. Yep, use state is there. Now everything is fine. Okay. Now if I say push and I say start chatting, it says start chatting, click for push. So what is happening? As in when I type, right? I said L. So what will happen is it will call the update text function with the push appended with L and update the text. So current version of text is pointing to push L. So it will be like this. Okay. So that's how we enable two-way binding. Okay. Any doubt in this, or you got the flow? We are basically using a state in that. Got it? No doubt. Cool. Anyone having doubt? Cool. Okay. Yep. Yeah. So basically update text happens and we will get the latest copy of that. So that's how we will manage the state. Okay. Otherwise, if I would have kept it as a simple text and not using a use state, it will get overridden every time. And I will never be able to store that particular thing. Okay. So that was the concept behind that use state. I'll keep repeating these things so that it will get into your mind, right? Whenever you start coding, you'll realize that thing, because once you repeat them 5 times, right, it will be in your brain and you'll be habituated with that. So yep, this is it. Now we have a register component ready. Okay, only thing we need to do is pass this text to that API. It will register and the magic is done. You are already registered and you can move to the second page. Okay. So now we'll just quickly, now API is not there and this much work is enough. Now once we get the API, we'll start working with that. Right now let's commit that particular code. Okay, so since we have 7 files in that, right, I'll do git. Okay, can anyone paste the command? Okay, how we should add it to the repository? Like we already did for header.js. Okay, sorry, I have it open. Yes, git add with all the files. Then anyone? Git -1 commit message. Okay. Okay, Kuldeep, let's do that. Okay, git add. So dot is also fine, or -a is also fine. Basically, dot says whatever files in the current working directory, add all of them. Okay, I'll do git add. It should be right. Let me do that -a. Yep, all of them are added. Now I'll do git commit -m message. So what will be the message? That register added register screen or register component, right? So this has been added to our Git repository, local Git repository. Okay, cool. Now we'll quickly go to the other page. Okay, the other page is basically a chat room. Okay, so I have created a chat room component. If you look at the tree, right? Let me loop back to the tree. But it is, yep. So here is this, right? So if you look at the tree, basically we are done with the header. We are done with the register screen. Now chat room is a complex component, right? So what I'll do is I'll create a chat room. Chat room CSS is already there. I created a folder structure in that. Now we need to work on this level, chat room, right? Then we will go to search and load, message text box and message box. We'll go in that. But first we'll start with this. So here, what I'll do is I'll create a new file that is chat room.js, correct? Okay. Export default function chat room. Okay, basically which will return a JSX. So we are good with this component. Now what I will do is I'll just put basically a chat room specific code. Basically, chat room is something which will call search and load, message text box, and message box. All three components will be a child of that particular component, right? So I'll need to define them as well. So, but just for the sake, currently, just to check whether this component is working or not, I'll do return d with chat room. Okay. And here I'll just import chatroom.css. Cool. So now once we, okay, so chat room we need to, okay, if you see the hierarchy, chat room will be registered, which will be a child of app. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go to app.js. So I'll just remove this. So for now, what we'll do is we'll just comment out the register, okay? Because we want to see the, or we will want to create a chat room screen, okay? So I'll comment that out, and I'll just go and import the chat room. So we'll able to see the chat room screen, but header will remain there itself, right? So if you go here, and I'll just reload the page, this should go away, header will remain as it is, and chat room should come. Let me move to first terminal. It's compiling. Cool. Okay. So again, the chat room is something somewhere hidden between after the header because of that, right? Our chat room is working. Cool. Now let's start defining the chat room. Okay. And that's the only thing which is remaining from the UI side, right? So are you guys getting the component, like the intuition behind how to define the components and how we go about it, right? Are you guys getting it? Can I get a quick yes or no? Any doubt till here? No doubts? Cool. Chat room. Okay. So for the chat room, first of all, we need a left side of it, right? Where we define basically, what do you say? The search panel. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go to, because you can understand the tree concept, right? To make a chat room, like to fill in the chat room, I need to complete this, I need to complete this and complete this, then go to chat room, right? So I'll start with this search and load, right? So once it is in place, I can apply the CSS part. What I'll do is now from chat room, I'll go to search part, and basically in search, basically what we need to do is I'll create a new file, okay, new file with the name of load and search, because that's what it will do, right? We will load all the names from the backend, and then there itself we'll search it out. Okay, that is about load and search.js. Now again, what I'll do is I'll copy that thing, just change the name. Wait, I should have a plugin for that. That's fine. Load and search. Okay, so load and search will just give us a component with the capability of searching on the type ahead. Okay, so as and when we type, it will search. Now, any guesses which tag should we use for this, for the load and search thing? Like what I want is user should able to type, and as and when it types, it will filter out from our list of users and give him the exact name. Okay, so do we have any HTML tag available for that? Any guess how we'll achieve that? Anyone? Okay, you're saying UL, an order list. Cool, that can be done. Okay, that will be a bit hacky, right? We'll hide an order list and show an order list based on the input and stuff like that, right? But instead of that, so this is the pain point which I want you guys to realize, right? You come up with, yep, span will also be a part of that, but you come up with some scenario where a simple HTML is not able to give you the output, right? That sort of a type ahead list, okay, where I will just type and search the names in the list. So what you will do is switch to React Material. Okay. I showed you in the second slide itself, right? So React for the front end for styling, we can also use a Material UI. So there is React Material UI also present. Okay. So what I'll let me open this window. Let's go to React Material website. React Material. I'm not sure why this is getting more in the React phase, but anyways, have some patience, then we'll able to make that. Yeah. So yeah, this is React Native. Okay. So wherever you need a complex GUI or a UI or any UI component, you have to head towards a React component. Okay. If you now what I'll do is I'll just do a quick search here or probably here. What I want is basically type ahead. Okay. Or you can say autocomplete from the list. So here is the component. So we have the component autocomplete, and you will able to see this, right? This is what we want. Like, let's say I want 12 angry men, right? So these are the, let's say these are the name of our participant. I'll do 12. Okay, it filter out, I select, everything is working, right? This is the scenario we want. Correct? Are you guys able to map this? Right. So there is a already created library, right, where it does everything. Even we can do it with unordered list and list. Okay, that will be an headache for us. Correct? Instead of that, it is already been there. So what I'll do is I'll just install that particular library and we'll use that autocomplete to work for this, right? Let me quickly install that. So what you need to do is basically here is the installation, right? Okay, if we go back, right, get started. This is simple npm install command. What I'll do is I'll move to second terminal and do a clear screen. Let me run that command. So this will include material in all the dependent styles, right? But for icons, probably we need to do we need to install that library again. Okay, so this will basically place the code where we'll able to point to the particular component. Basically that autocomplete component, okay, which is coming from outside, which is not part of our code, but someone has already built that. We'll reuse that. Okay, and for your information, every dependency is maintained inside the package.json file. Okay, so you see this React DOM, React scripts, all are part of package.json file where we'll specify the version and whatever dependency we want to add. You see, right? This 3 gets added. So now the material MUI is there in place, right? Now, if I go here and okay, now what I want is autocomplete. You can see, right, now it started showing that from MUI material we can able to use a autocomplete. So what I do is I'll just do that, and from here I learn. Okay, this is where this is like 85% of what developers do. Once you master the framework, right, you always need to learn and understand the documentation part. Because you will be relying a lot on someone like on the libraries, right? Let's say this someone has already built that, so why I'll recreate the wheel? Okay, I just want to understand that how the code structure looks like, and I'll create it for my own use case, right? That's the only place where you need to apply your own thinking. That's it. Other than that, it's just a simple convention that you need to follow, like this command, this CSS file, this JS file, that's it. But here you need to apply your own thinking, on thought process, and then you need to make this available. Okay, so what I'll do is cool. So here it says options, right? So whatever options are coming from here, it is in this particular file. So let's say I define a function, okay, get option. Currently we don't have API, okay. So what I'll do is I'll define a function get options just to basically like show them all the options. That's it. What it is doing. Okay, let's not worry about this. We'll have a variable here. Okay, let's say let options equals to that would be hard coded data, but it will be in a similar structure as we want. What we need to do is options with name and ID. Okay, so first object will be name. Let's say I'll take anyone from the. Okay, Kuldeep and Divya. Okay, so I hope I spelled correctly. Okay, and we have ID. You have ID 1 and same object. I'll do. Okay, I messed up something. Property assign. Okay, sorry, this is an array. My bad. Cool. Okay, now I'll do it second time and say yeah, your ID 2. So these are our participant which we get from API. Okay, we'll suppose that, as I said, right, API is not ready. So now what I'll do is I'll just do this. And what was the first parameter? Options. Options we already have ready. So instead of those fields, now we have Kuldeep and Divya as a basically users. I mean the participants. Okay, so and now we have to provide the width. So currently let's keep it as same. We'll just copy paste this. Later on, if we need to increase, then we'll do that. Now the other part. Okay, just a moment. Let me verify with the code whether we are on the correct way or not. Yep. Okay, cool. So if you go somewhere deep, right? So here, if you see for their top 100 fields, right, their data, like here you can click on the show full source. So here they have mentioned label explicitly. Okay, so this is the structure what it follows. You should have a label, but instead of that I have a name. Okay, so what I'll do is here there is a way around that, right? Let's say you have your custom object which doesn't have label as a property. Okay, but we have a name. So what I'll do is there is a function called as get option label. Okay, it is written somewhere here. Basically what it will do is, yeah, get option label. So this will define, like, we don't have label in place, but instead of label, put the name. Okay, so I'll just copy that function. Let's say get option and option dot name, because we have name as a label. We want to show the name as a label. Okay, so it will, that's another piece of code that you need to join. See, it's all about getting the example, making it work for you. That's it. That's where, like, that's what you need to do for till your career ends, right? You need to do the same thing. Everyone would be knowing the basic stuff, but the intelligence, or I would say the main part of software developer, is to get those pieces and arrange them accordingly so that it works and it solves your use case. Our use case is clear. We just want to search. Let's say I type DI, so it should show Divya and hides Kuldeep. Okay, so that is our intention. And to solve that, we are using that particular documentation to make sure that it solves our use case. I mean, with those pieces. Okay, I hope that makes sense to you. And cool. Now, second thing what we need is a render input. Okay. So what it does is it renders this text field. Okay, where we pass all the params and we renders the text field. So basically I'll just copy that thing. We also need to render that, but with the label of select participants. Okay, so it will render the input with this particular label as a select participants. Options are already there. Now another thing what we need to do is filter out the options, right? As in when we type, we need to filter out the options, correct? That's the core of this. So we already have a filter options method available, and it will basically take two parameters, the option, the list of options, right? So list of options is Kuldeep and Divya, both are there, right? And from there, and also second parameter, we need what user as input, right? User input is also required. So what we'll do is we'll take this as a second input. Let's say input. Okay, input will be basically a state. What it will be, whatever this particular component will be carrying. Cool. Options and input. And now it's our logic. Okay, can anyone guess how we'll filter out? So input basically means whatever user has typed in, and option basically means whatever options we do have. Okay, so now it's a simple function. Now it boils down to your C language code, right? Where one string is given and another string is given. Now return the strings which follows, which has that pattern in place, basically. Okay, Kuldeep is saying options.name triple equals to input. Yep, but if I do that, then there will be an issue, right? Because let's do that, but then it will stretch, right? Okay, let's go to the conclusion. Okay, if I do this, right? So until I type that particular name, okay, let's say I started with D, okay, for Divya. So okay, that's not a correct example. Let's take my name as well, because we have common characters. Okay, let's say Kush 3. So when I type 3, right, this function will when I type K, this function will run, and the output is this two, right? Kuldeep and Kush, because K is initial for both of them. If I say triple equals to, right, that means it says the labels which has name as K, only show them. It will show nothing. Did you get my point? If you say equals to, then it will show nothing if the moment you type K. But instead of that, you need something which says it starts with or it contains. Okay, let's say I just specify US. So on US it should show Kush, because US is a part of Kush. Okay, are you getting it? Is everyone able to get this? This is the core concept of like programming. Now there is no commands, no React, nothing. This is just the core concept of it. You cannot do triple equals to. I don't want to show that, because that will again stage these things, and people are in hurry right now. So we will just okay, we need something which just says it's a substring of that, right? We learned in DSA that how to find a substring, or it's not a DSA, it's just a simple problem. So we'll do the same, we'll implement the same thing. Okay, so what I'll do is return options. Okay, options dot filter. What I'm doing is filter out every option. I'll get single option in the method. Return every, okay, filter out every option where option dot name dot index of. So basically what I'm doing is index of will get another string and find out the index, whether that particular string present or not. Basically it's just a substring. Okay, so if the input, so input is again an object, we need to get to that string. Basically input dot input value is the string what we want. If that is present, right, then index of should not return a -1 if that is present. Is not equals to -1, right? So we need this sort of filter option where the input value is a substring of that option. Okay, so if I type VY, right, so it should show Divya. because if Vy goes in, it verifies with all three. Okay, does Kuldeep has Vy as a substring? Does Divya has Vy? Yep. That does Khush has Vy as a substring? No, right? So that's how it filter out and returns the filter option. Got the logic, or is there any? Are there any questions around that? Got it. Cool. Options dot name includes. Yeah, that is also fine. That is another way. Like you like you this is just a work another workaround. That is also fine. Yep. So usays includes also does the same thing where it finds out the substring. That's we don't require to check whether it's -1 or not. That is also fine. Yep. But at the end of the day, you want a substring, not the clear equals, right? That was the concept behind that. Yep. That's what you, if you will remain till last, right? There are multiple interesting steps, but I was not able to organize it well, I would say, because I'm doing this for the first time, right? But I'll try to organize it in a such a way that we directly jump to the thrill part, right? Instead of just writing the CSS and HTML. Anyways, okay. So all over we're staying right now, right? We're still there. Be with me. There are multiple other things which will be like a good programming practice, as well as you'll able to map that thing. So yep. Cool. So filter options are done. We'll able to filter out. We'll able to honor the input value. Options are there. That's it. Okay. We will do load and search. So this is our component ready. Do we need anything else? Okay. So basically what I'm planning to have is we also need a state for this as well, right? Because whatever component is selected, we need to pass it to API, right? Because at the end of the day, if I type Vy and select Divya, I need to pass it to API that I want to chat with Divya, right? So for that also we need a state. So that is again a second thing, right? But let's verify that whether this is working fine or not. Okay, so I'll go to chat room and I'll just import that particular thing. Okay, load and search. Cool. Without any props, because currently there is no props that we need to give. Go to this and it says load and search because it's not imported. Okay. Load and search. If I click here, it's imported. Now it should work. Okay, so there is like we need to give a styling to this as well, if I'm not wrong, but I already have that in place. Okay, text field is not defined. Okay, again, I probably need to fix this with my local ID. But imports are not coming. Good. Load in search.css because there is no load in search.css. We don't need any CSS file for this component. I'll just remove that. Now let's go back to the application. Sorry. Did I stop, Risha? Okay, sorry. Yep, I think it is hidden between like behind this. So I'll just comment out, or probably I can write. I mean I can add the CSS for this. Just bear with me. So basically, load and search.js is here. Okay, what I'll do is in chat room, basically I'll give a height of 100%. Okay, as an inline style. So it will cover the total, you can say the total viewport, height of total viewport, height as 100%. Okay, and we'll have a div around it. Okay, div which says class name as, okay, I'll just get it from here. That is search. Okay. Okay. And here we have this load in search. That's it. Now we have CSS in place. And this is also in place. Cool. You're able to see, right? Now if I do, I see Kuldeep, Divya, Kush, and the use case, right? YA should be Divya, K should be Kuldeep and Kush, KH should be Kush. Cool. That is working. Probably something which is exciting or probably good to work for, like good to develop, I would say. Cool. So load and search is working, right? Any questions on that? Or are we good? Okay, no doubt. Cool. Cool, man. Good. Let's move ahead with that. So basically, I was talking about the state, right? So let's introduce a state to load and search. Basically, why we need a state? Because I said, right, we need to pass selected one. Like if Divya is selected, we need to pass that to the API. That you'll able to chat with Divya, basically. So to enable this use case, what we need to do is we need a two state. Okay. Basically, one is again the same thing, which is basically options. Options are basically the selected ones. Okay. Any questions? No, right? So basically, what I want is we need to, here you need to assume something. Okay. Let's say options are coming from API. Okay, not hard coded here. So this should be a part of state, because here again the same thing. It will get reassigned whenever a particular thing. I mean, whenever this component re-renders, right? Load and search. So if we are supposed to, like, if we are about to add something, right, it will get overwritten because it's not a state. So first convert this thing to a state. Okay. So what I'll do is let options. Again, I'll just repeat the same thing again, because state is required so that it should not get overwritten. Okay, it should not get overwritten whenever the component reloads. So that's why the state is required. So you need to create a state. Okay, and it will make sure that whatever the current state it is working with stays, even if there is a re-render cycle happens. And then it is set options. Cool. And you will say use state. Use state. Basically, we'll pass an empty array. Okay. And now here is the use of use effect, right? You remember we discuss about the use effect. Now tell me, I want to initialize these options with these three objects on the load of this component, on the mount of this component. Okay. So which use effect should I use, with the dependency or without the dependency? Can anyone tell me in the chat? Like, which flavor of use effect should we use? Which phase we need to use? Like mount, update, unmount. We learned about those steps, right? I mean, those phases. Any guess on that? We want to use this as a constructor. Means whenever this function, whenever this component is mounted to the view, it should be assigned with the Kuldeep, Divya, and Kush as an option. That is the end goal, what we want. Yep, it will be on the mount. That is fine. But so for mount, we have a use effect with empty empty array, right? So yep, empty array. Cool. So that's what we will define. That's what we will do here. We will say use effect. Okay, use effect here. We'll do a callback. We'll pass a callback. That means it will call whenever that particular event happens. Okay. So since we are passing this dependency list as empty, it will be called once. Okay. On the whenever this component is getting mounted. Okay. So what I'll do is basically I'll do set options. Okay. Set options to that particular array. So it will be set in the constructor itself. That's it. We don't need a variable around this, right? Cool. And even we can make this as a const, right? Because this reference will never change basically. Only thing is it will be a value change, not the reference change, right? So yep, this is it. This is about creating that particular state. And I also want a loading state, okay? Because whenever we hit the API, it is an asynchronous response. So we need to show a loader, like whenever loading start, like whenever we try to get the users, right? We need to start the loading and show the loading phase. This particular component is loading and list will be initialized, right? So what we'll do is const loading and update loading. This will start making sense once we integrate it with the APIs. But here we are going to use this. Okay, so loading is basically a Boolean variable, which is first it is false. That means it is not loading. This component is not loading. What we will do is just right, like for now, you just need to assume that there is an API. Currently, it's not an API. Instead of this, the data will come from the API. But currently, it's not the case, right? So what I'll do is I'll keep that state aside. Okay, once we integrate with API, it start making sense. But currently, the options is the only thing which we could able to come up with, and we'll do a set option, and that is fine. Now this should work as it is. Yep, this is working fine. Okay, so once it is integrated with API, our work will be done. We'll place some more code into this, right? But currently it doesn't make sense. Place a code here. Now, okay, load and search is fine. Now we'll just quickly wrap up with this message box thing. Okay, so that without the API. So I'll just go to this message box. Okay, and message box is something which shows the text. I mean, shows the chat between you and the other participant. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create a message box .js. Okay, similar way I'll do. I'll just change it to this is not required. Let's create a function and I'd say message box. Okay, message box. And now we need to okay, basically we need to show this on the other side, on the right hand side of this. Okay, and what does the message box contain? It basically is a bordered box which will just show your messages. That's it. So we will start putting some code into this. Okay, so I just go through that once. Okay. Cool. Okay, now I'm like sort of feeling like that this is going to be extended. Okay, because there are two more components that's what we need to see. Okay, even message box has some good tricks in this, right? Good logic into that. And so what we can do is probably the rest of the part we can divide it into a second workshop if you are okay with that, right? Because it now I realize that it's hard to cover all the things by explaining them and even showing them in the group. So how about this? Like we'll complete till the message box and the search and probably the message text box. And then for the next part, like the integrating with API, creating a Docker image, deploying it to AWS and making it live. This four thing, we can do it in a next workshop, but it will be interesting. So how about this? Like we'll create the UI component first, and then we'll make the other thing work afterwards. Cool. Yep. Okay, then let's go with that message box. Okay. So now what I'll do is I'll create a one div around it. Okay, as we do, return div for the message text box, and I already have class in place. Okay, so that is just what we need to do, a copy paste. It's a message box. Okay, if you see, we already have a background and a border for this. So what I'll do is I'll just do this message box. It is there, and now what we need to do is we need to show basically a recipient name. Okay, I mean the one who is on the other side. We need to show that, right? Like that's how the WhatsApp works. It shows on top of that, it shows the name of the person who will be receiving your message, right? So same way we need to create a block of this. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do div last name will be recipient name. Basically that is also provided there. Okay, so we come we, and here let's say for now we all are talking to Mr. Divya. Okay, that will be a static one. Then later on, once APIs are integrated, right, we'll able to change that in that part. And this is a potential prop. Okay, this is a property which message box should get from its parent, that this is the particular person which gets selected. Now we will be texting that person. Okay, so this is a potential prop, and we will convert it into a props once we start integrating with the APIs. Currently it's a hard-coded one. Okay, so we have this recipient name. Now we need a messages, right, to show. So basically now if you basically, what do you say, if you just see the WhatsApp messages, right, they have their, like if you send someone, that's the very basic observation, right, which you do as a software developer. If you send any of the text message, it falls on the right hand side. If you receive any of the message, it falls on the left hand side, and it both has a different colors, right? So now since we are creating the application, we need to keep everything in mind, right? So we want that capability to be in place, right? So for that is a complication for the message. So that's why I created a message as a separate component, right? And not treating it as a simple text, but there is a lot to do on the message itself, right? So that is where we need to create basically a message component. Okay, so now we started with the message box. Now we realize that, hey, we also want some sort of properties, that whether it should be left or right, or what color it should be. Because of that complication, we went for the message as a component. Okay, so message.js is also a component. Okay, then what we'll do is, bear with me, we are only left with two more components. message. Okay, so what how this will be designed is, so basically it will receive a props, okay, from the parent, that whether it is sent from you or you received it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll pass a props to this. Okay, we'll get it from the parent. What I'll do is I'll return. So this is our basic component. If you see the tree, this is the basic one. So we don't need to rely on any further component. I think like you guys are getting that how the component tree is getting built, right? Wherever you need a complication, or wherever you have a complication with the logic, or wherever you think that this can be reused, right, should be treated as a separate component. Like message is basically in a message box, you will show the list of messages, and that can be independently reused. So I think you are getting the intuition behind that, right? Yeah, why I opted for a separate message in the message box. Cool. Right. So now let's design the message. Basically what I need is again the same thing, div with the property is already like the this is already there, class name equals to message container, right? So this is the message container, basically which okay which basically says that keep a margin between two messages, like 0.5, that's it. And then we have another D, okay, which will be inside of that and which will actually represent the message. Now here is the trick, okay, based on we need to decide class, okay, what class will do. It will align left or right, okay, so that is being encoded here. If you see float right, okay, that means this is a received message. If you see float left, that means it is a sent message. We are doing reverse of what WhatsApp does, okay, sort of reverse. So you need to identify that, okay. So now how we will decide whether it's a received message or a sent message. So that will be based on your props, okay. So now it started making sense that whatever props are getting passed, based on that we'll decide the class name of this, okay. So what I'll do is I'll do class name equals to, okay, if props dot, it's a message type, that is a property I want. Message type is sent, okay. If it is sent, then we need to use this sent message, correct? Or I would say, yep, that is fine. And otherwise, if this is not the case, then it's a received message, correct? It's a received message. Yeah, so this will make sure that it falls, it will apply this CSS and it will do all the work for you, right? Like going on the right side or left side, or having a separate background color. If you see this background color, this is bit on the yellowish side, and if you see this background color, okay, there is no much difference to it. Probably we need to fix that, okay, but we have a control, right, that we can make sure that the background color of that particular two different texts are different, can be differentiated. Okay, so this is about the message, and we will have a span basically which shows the message. We don't want, like, why I'm going for span instead of div is basically we don't want a block element here, okay. We want inline element which is span, and let's say currently message is high only, okay. Later on we'll start passing that message from the props. So we got the message type, these two things is required. Now let's okay, we also need this, right, message type. Let's say, okay, this we can do. I'll say props dot message. So whenever I say props, right, just remember that props means something which is coming from the parent. Okay, that's it. So we'll pass message type and message to this particular function. Now we'll go to message box. Okay, we are showing the recipient name. Now once we are in the message box, what we'll do is we'll need a messages as a, okay, we are also planning to pass this messages as a props itself, but currently let's make a simple variable just for the hard coding. Let messages will be of an array which is basically object. Okay, object where we need to pass pass the message type. Okay, message type is, let's say, sent. Okay, so this is sent, and the message text, or you can say message, is basically hi. And similar way, we'll have another message, okay, which is received. It will say hello. Okay, so this should show accordingly in the message box. That's the requirement what we have. Now what I'll do is, cool, I need to iterate over that and pass it to this, right? So what I'll basically do is I'll have another function, because if you see, right, instead of doing this in place, why not get another function, right? We should keep our code modular. So whenever there is, like, let's say if I embed all those things here, right, and tomorrow I need to change that function, then probably it will be hard to find. But instead of that, if we just divide the responsibility, let's say get basically rendering that loop, right, like just going for that particular loop, I can keep it here or even keep it in a function. But if I keep it in a function, it will be easy for me to track that thing, right? And it will be easy for someone else who will be working next, like after me, to understand like what that particular for loop is doing. So that's why we need to keep our code modular. Yeah, dry. Don't repeat yourself. Great. So when that is also thing, okay, let's do a function get messages. Okay, what it will do is basically it makes sense to define a messages inside of this. Okay, we don't need anywhere else, and basically this will do, what it will do is return. What we'll do is we'll just map this thing to a component. Okay, so this is another concept. Okay, in the React, basically you need, this is a JSON. Okay, this is an object, we can map it to the particular component itself. Okay, so what I'll do is return messages dot map, right? Simple map function. I'll return the component itself, like the list of component itself, which will be part of that particular div. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do message, and now I have all the things, right? What I need to do is message component, okay, showing, and now this thing I'll return, but with the props, right? Because we need a message type and the message. So what I'll do is, if you see, these properties are also same with what we want in that particular message thing, right? So what I'll do is, even I can pinpoint that thing, or I can do a spread operator. I can use a spread operator, and basically what I'll do is message, right? What it will do is, message is pointing to this object, right? And when I do a spread operator over this, it will pass message type as sent and message as hi in the props. And that's what we want, right? Message type as sent, messages hi, and similar thing for others. I'll do return this, get messages. And what I need to do is, since it is already a JSX code, right? I just need to call it inside of this. That's it. It will call the get messages, convert this object into component and return it back. Okay. So after this, you will able to see the messages after under the Divya, right? Divya is a recipient name. So we just verify whether, oops, some or other things pops in. Okay, so I'll just verify that we are on the correct thing. Cool. Okay, now if I reload this thing, yep, because we have not integrated this. So what I'll do is I'll do message box and I'll go inside the chat room. Okay, where load and search was there, but load and search is done, right? Only thing is we need to do some CSS so that it is just next behind. I'll do message box, into this. Now we have a message box component ready, right? Okay, now this is what the styles are not coming. Okay, let's debug that because we have this. Okay, get messages. Yep, definitely we need CSS on that as well. So get messages will go here. Message, probably the message container. Okay, is coming. Okay, you got the point, right? The CSS message box CSS is not there. That's why we're not getting that. Let me import that. Message.css. Yeah, now you are able to see that, right? If the box is not coming, you can understand. The message.css, I have this message container. Okay, so box is a part of this, right? Message box, where I am supposed to import this again, right? Even the message box CSS is not there. So that is also missing. That's why. So that's the, I would say, a beauty or I would say like time consuming part of this workshop, right? Because I'm doing everything live. And that will definitely take your time, right? But it is worth investing because you seeing someone failing, right? You'll understand that I'll also do the same thing. That's what I do when I have to make any application or anything alone. But here the thing is, so all of you, right? Whoever is staying, like 22 people are there, not sure even 22 or less than 22, but you'll get the mindset that this is how the real development works, right? It's not like I'm coming up with the PPT and just showing that, yes, this is the X code, this is a Y code, you will get it. You just copy paste it and you're done, right? I'm not here to just give you theories, but the explanation and to show the total art. Okay, the art of making any software, right? It is basically an art. You have to be patient. You have to have a debug skill. You have to go to roots, and then only you will able to probably identify or get to that particular use case, right? So that's why I kept it. It was a bad idea. Like I should have gone for something like a PPT, more like on PPT on the more PPTs and less code. But yeah, that's how it is right now. Anyways, but probably whoever is listening right now will be getting a good. I'm thinking, like, I'm guessing that you will be getting a good amount of insights of how this things works, right? And how we fail, basically. So instead of this, message box, not CSS. Yep. Cool. There it is. We have the scrollable thing. We need a height as well, right? So what I'll do is in message box, I should have a height given to this. But if you see, message box is being called from the chatroom.js, and we already have a height allocated to this, but it is inside the search, right? So that was again an error. I was inside the search and doing the message box. That is not correct. What I'll do is, instead of this, just comment out this in total. Okay, just uncomment this out, comment this out in total, do this. So I'll just only have a message box. Cool. Still we don't have height. Is it? Message box. Here in the message box.css. Cool. We have height of 75%, but the immediate container does not have that height. So probably that's why, that is the reason why it is not giving this appropriately. Okay, that is basically a CSS part, and this particular name, okay, this is basically coming here because of CSS only, like, because if you go to this, right, message box and recipient name in CSS, I've written this as a position fix. So even if you scroll down, I need to place it somewhere in the here, but once the search component comes in the picture, right, this thing will place like on the correct side. But at the end of the day, you got the point, right? So hi is sent, so that's why it is coming in the white and it is on the left hand side. This is all CSS, right? This is all CSS, but it is a conditional rendering with based on the props. That's how the data is added and the style gets applied to this, right? So this is about message box. We have also created this thing, I mean, chatroom.js message, and load in search is also there. Okay, and then I can do this, and chatroom.js, I'll just do it. Okay, got the point. We need to create a div where we need to create a class name with chatroom message box. I already have that particular CSS file. Okay, and chatroom message box, and it should have this message box in place. Now everything will fall in place, hopefully. Yep. So we have search. This height problem is there, but you see chatroom message box. It is 100%. Okay, we'll need to figure out that, but we'll not consume more time in that. We'll figure it out. Cool. But anyways, we are reaching towards our end state, right? The recipient name, the left and right thing. Hello. Now I can add anything. It will get added to that particular basically the text basically. Now we are just left with the message text box. Okay, because there should be something which we need to type, right? So message box is done. Message text box is there. So we need something to typing. Okay, and we'll be basically what we need is a text box and a send message button. Okay, where we will just type, do a send, and it should show in the message box area. So what I'll do is this is the last component that we need to basically complete today. Okay, I'll align that CSS, okay, offline, and probably we can meet after that, do the API integration. Export default message text box. Okay, cool. So yep, so message text box again. Only thing is we need a sort of we need a sort of a text field only, right? So we already have that particular field because we need an icon on the right hand side of the text field. So again, it will be a complex component, I would say, right? So what I'll do is I'll go here, I'll go in the material UI, I'll just simply search. Okay, so my requirement is something like a text with icon. Okay, so if I just search text field, okay, so there are common flavors of text field where I'll find something where there is an icon. Okay, if I just scroll down, here you go, right? But this is a select, let's say this. What we want is some sort of a sent message on the right hand side, right? But this aligns with my requirement that I want a text field, and here I just want a send message. I mean a send text for this. So that like this, yeah. This I type, I place it here. So this exactly solves my use case, right? So what I'll do is I'll go with this particular code. Okay, and I'll just see. So what I need is a text field. Okay, I'll just copy that particular piece of code and then edit it according to my requirement. What I'll do is I'll just go here, return JSX part of it, copy it. Only thing is text field is something which we need to import. So text field get imported. Why not? Cool. So we have a text field. Label is send your message, send a message. Okay. ID, currently we don't need to worry about the ID. And this is the size of this. We don't want to worry about that. Now this is a input props. Okay. So basically what we want is in that particular input props, we need to pass in what sort of a icon we want to use, right? If you see here, I have copied something for this kg, right? But if I go and search for this password, right, so there will be another text field available. Yep, like this. Okay, it is a dollar somewhere above that. Yep, the label password, this one, right? So this is the input element, I mean text field basically. So this is the example which we need to show here, right? What I'll do is in input props, basically I don't want a star adornment but an end adornment, right? What it will do is it will place the icon on the end, not on the start. Okay, and after this I need basically a icon for that, right? I mean any of the icon. So for icon, we have this icon button as a component. I'm just rushing into it because like if I go and show that, right, then it's an icon button API. So you can explore it by your own, but that's how the intuition comes. You say icon button and I'll just do this. Okay, icon button is defined and I just need to pass what icon I need to do. So there is already a send icon, if I'm not wrong. Okay, so there is no send icon in between. Probably we need to import MUI icons materials. Then it will be there. Okay, let's place it for now. Only thing is why it is not working is because icons are coming from a different library. Okay, it's not included in the material UI itself. So if I just go any of the icon, or let's say I say send icon, if it is there, so no, it is not suggesting. So I just need to go to icon. Yep. So these are the icons. But to import them, if you see, I need icons material. So what I need to do is I need to go to terminal shell npm install icon material. It will get installed and we'll able to get the send icon of that, right? And with that send icon, we need to do some event, right? If I do on click, okay, so it supports that hook. So on click, whenever there is a click, send a message. So what I'll do is alert send message. Okay. Yep. So this will basically create a text field, which will have that particular icon button on the right hand side, and once we press this, it will send the message. So this is how it will solves our use case. Okay, and we can also do one more thing, that is multi-line, because let's say someone is pressing an enter in the message. Okay, so you want that message. So that's how the WhatsApp works, right? When you press an enter, it appends the enter to it and show it as a multi-line message. Okay, so we'll use the multi-line, and with that, now also we need a reference to that message as well, right? Like if I type hello, I need a reference to that message. What I can do is, again, we can go to this same state where we did this two-way binding, right? Where we bind a particular variable with what we show. And there is another way to get hold of that particular variable, that is using the reference to that text field. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll say let I will say text ref is equal to use ref. Okay, use ref, and with that particular thing, like currently it is empty, but after this, what I'll do is I'll do input ref to this. Okay, what it will do, I'll explain. It's a bit complicated, not more, but like what you need to do is just understand this text ref. Okay, cool. So what it will do is basically it will point text ref to this particular text field. So whenever we want to tap in this and find out what is the value of message, right? So that we can do from the text ref itself. Like I'll do text ref dot input dot value and I'll get the value. Instead of defining the state and doing the two-way binding, all those things, I just do text ref, right? That's another concept basically. With both the things, we can achieve the same. Like we can achieve basically same behavior from this. Okay, so this is another way. So I thought let's include that instead of just doing and doing same thing again and again. Okay, so what is the error? Use ref. Okay, now let's try for send icon. I think it is failed, but okay, probably something crashed for this. Okay, did I run different command? npm install. I'm not sure. There are some errors. Okay. Anyways, let's say just a send icon text. Okay. Later on, we can replace it to a icon. That is not a big issue. But we have a button in the text field, which will allow us to text that. Send that as a text. Now, what I'll do is I'll just cover it with the div, which has all the styling in place. So I'll just go here and send text box as a class. Okay, this is messed up. Cool. So now the error should be gone. Let me format this. It's not. Why? Because of this text field. Okay, is it still showing an error? Anyone can guess why this error is coming? I don't think there are more people left. Okay, only 16 of them. Okay. It says expected this. That is fine. Is it because of the use ref? Yep, I think. Use ref. Cool. Now it is gone. Okay. Yep. So the text field. Okay. So text field is not there. Okay. And then about the icon button. So icon button is there, but why it is not showing? Okay, send icon is also not coming. Let it be, not an issue. So what I'll do is I'll just comment out this part. Okay. I mean this one, and should start. Okay. Or let's say input props. Okay. So input props, just comment them out. There are no input props to this, so that it won't show the right part of it. The text field is there. That's the hard part of development. You get the error and you have no clue why it is coming. Use ref is there. Anyways, so basically what we are trying to do is defining a text box, okay, just below this particular thing, okay, and making a CSS work. So this component works with the pre-populated data. This component also works, just need a bit of styling, okay, and we also have a message box, okay, but it looks like there is an issue with this text field, because currently probably we need a hard refresh for that. I'm not sure why it is showing expected this. If I just remove all the text field, right, it is also should show, should not show. I think problem is because of this. Nope. Okay. Anyways, so message text box is something which is probably not sure what error it has. Probably it is because of the material UI itself, like the library is not installed properly. But only thing what I want to, like, what I want you guys to like take from this is anything can go wrong in the phases, okay, in the phases of development. So this is what you're seeing, like the live example, right? The dependency is failing, and because of that, I'm getting some unknown error, and now I'm stuck with that, right? Till this error is resolved, I'll not able to make any progress, right? And the message text box, I need to find out, I need to debug and find it out, right? Then only I'll able to probably move forward, or at least make a way out of it. But only thing is, we are done with the register component, the message box, message text box. Obviously, I need to do, and this search component. Cool. So after that, okay. So all the people who are remaining, so we'll have another workshop. Definitely, we need another one where we'll create a API. Okay, where we'll create a API and we'll complete the leftover work. Basically, message text box and message box. We will have some other things to code. Okay, we'll complete that up. Then we'll create an API. API won't take much time. Okay, because the APIs are just 5, and we'll establish this communication between front end and back end, and then we'll deploy that. We'll deploy the application using basically Docker, okay, to AWS, and we'll have this application up and running live. Okay, we'll share the URL, and that's the end state what I want to achieve with that. So we are till here, not achieved more, like I would say 40%. Okay, so 60% of the part is remaining, which probably we'll try to cover it in the next portion. Yep, that's quite a lot of time. All you 16 people, right? Hats off to you. You are staying with me, and you just, like, I'm not sure whether you started and stayed like for throughout this 4 hours, and not 4 hours, I guess 5 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, 5.5 hours. But I hope you got something, right? So only thing is, this was not a typical workshop where I have a content ready, I have all the PPTs ready, and I'll deliver it, and it gets completed on the questions and answers, right? It's something to do with the real time thing, right? Where I'll be doing everything from scratch. All I have is the working code, the previously working code in my another setup. That's it. Okay, cool. So I hope there will be some good amount of people in the next session, and they'll at least able to learn back-end part, right? Since we are just done with the front-end part and some discussion. That's it. Yep. Cool. So yeah, any questions now? Like, let me start the camera. Do you guys have any questions? Cool. No, probably you are tired. So am I. Okay. Sure. So Prachi, like.
Yes, sir.
It's long. Sorry for taking this long on Sunday.
No, sir. It was really interesting, and thank you for presenting such an amazing session. It was really very interactive and wonderful learning experience for all of us.
Cool.
So yeah. Let's conclude the workshop. Thank you guys for attending. We hope everyone enjoyed, and we are looking forward to see you in the next events. We have shared the feedback form link, so please fill out and tell us how much you like the workshop, and also any improvement aspects if needed. The form will be followed by your details, using which we can get your certificates ready. So please make sure that you fill out the form, and please register for the hackathon if you have not done yet, and also join our Discord, as it is mandatory to stay updated and stay connected to our all the social medias. Yeah, so let's end the workshop. Bye everyone. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye. Bye.